The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pop the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the pump for the water. Let the baby know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on the day. thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chain Crewman. I'm going to be solo dolo tonight unless Lady Shay joins us. And on this season 5, episode 14, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is. What is the first topic? Hold on, man. Hold up. Oh, we had somebody lynched. There was a lynching, supposed lynching. I don't even think it's supposed. I think it was a lynching. We had a lynching in Aurora, Colorado. A man was found hung, hanging from a tree, and there's no media coverage on it. So we're going to cover it here on the Front Line Blacc News. And then we had a Aurora man hung from a tree in Delmar Park, and there's no new coverage on it. Then we got first generation immigrant tries to call herself FBA, then asked how we even know who's really FBA. Then Black immigrant says FBAs are the Cubans of the Black community, and but we're just done being used. Was California really stolen from Mexico? The folks say Black people are lazy. Sista claps Black with a history lesson they weren't ready for. Then we got the Black tax. Foreigners steal $14 billion in healthcare fraud, but Black people still unemployable. Zohran, Mamdani or Dina, Disruptor or Establishment Phony, Radical. Snake oil salesman Eric Adams rips Socialist. Zohran, Mamdani, New York City mayoral election. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our legal migrant news. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Front Line Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Cookies, who does the intro track, and Jay Militant channel is also there. And then we got the copyright. Oh, we also got the GoFundMe for Lady Cherry. And then we got the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use of purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, Everything that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion, and some say health and nutrition. In all 9 areas of human activity, RIP to Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away this past February. Then we got racism, white supremacy is conscious or subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, RIP to her as well. Thank y'all for tapping in. Whoever's going to tap in, listen to the playback. I'm going to hop right into it. Shout out to DJ K'd out the party. He did a whole thing on this lynching. What two I got going? Okay.
Ghost Rider, hello. Everybody can hear me? Okay. Make sure you guys like, please. Please like.
Make sure y'all like this.
We need more people in here because this is important. And not being taken serious by Aurora police. Honestly, I feel like they're taking it as a damn joke. Okay, so as you see, as far as the title of the video, there was a Aurora man hung in Delmar Park. So MLH was the one who initially covered it. I had seen it across my social media feed, and I asked him to go over there, check it out, and cover it for you guys. MLH is not easily shooken. So for him to be shook up like that, there was a feeling in the air. I'm sure there was an air, because I'm sure that was not easy for him to see. Yes, prayers for the family, absolutely, prayers for the family. Thank you, Ella. So yeah, so a middle-aged man, approximately. Because we're getting a few different stories. There was that he was a teenager, that he was 18, but he's either Asian or Hispanic descent. He's either one of the two. Approximately 40 years of age. Approximately 40 years of age. So we've gotten a little bit more of an update. I asked the MLH to get the incident number. Again, he was shook up. Again, I couldn't imagine of how he felt, and he was pretty shook up about it. Me and him had a conversation about it, and he was shook up. So I do have the incident number. If somebody can write this down, Ellie, if that would be. The incident number is 25-121814. That's again incident number 25-121814. We can put that in the chat. That would be great. Because I need you guys to do you guys' due diligence as well. Thank you, Elliot. Call up there. I need everybody in this chat to start asking questions on what happened, because police is being extra secretively quiet about this. They also put out a blanket statement saying that it was a suicide immediately after MLH left. They put out a statement saying there was no foul play. It was self-inflicted. and there is no major concern for the city or something to that. It endangerment. Let me be very clear. These type of cases take at least weeks or even months to solve. Okay. For them to come up with a statement like that is incredibly irresponsible of Aurora Police to do that. And Aurora Police, if you're watching right now, I hope you're listening. You guys are fucking irresponsible for doing this. Incredibly disrespectful, all of that in the above. You guys are dead wrong for doing this. Without doing a full investigation in its totality. Because first of all, the coroner's office determines the type of death it was, and they notify you guys and where that you guys can report that, at least give that information to the chief of police or either the PIO. Is there a number we can call? Yeah. So what? Just I forgot the non-emergency number. I think it's 303-739-6000. You'll probably have to Google. Just put in Aurora Police non-emergency. 3,000. Yeah, I was way off. Sorry about that, Ellie. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ellie. Now Ellie be having all this stuff because she's done this before. We've had to call about certain things like this. We need to blow up their line, and we need answers. We are the community is shook. I've talked to the community. They're frightened. They don't know if this is a serial killer in the making type situation. Now, let me be very clear. A serial killer is pronounced a serial killer after 3 or more deaths. So that are connected to each other. So I want to be very, very clear. I'm not saying this is a serial killer, but community is worried. The community is saddened, and the community is very much confused of why Aurora Police is not taking this as serious as it needs to be. And not only that, the other scary thing is that the news is not covering this. So let me start. So I did with some trusted sources. So the man is either Asian or Hispanic descent, approximately 40 years of age, hung from a tree, approximately 25 feet in the air. He allegedly, the rope was wrapped around his neck 5 times. On the branch itself, where he was hanging from, it was wrapped around 25 times. Allegedly. This is all alleged. Okay. Also, Micah from Denver 7. She is a reporting investigator there, I guess. And the thing is, when she got on scene with one of our other civil rights activists that were up there on scene, she got a call from Aurora Police. One of the higher ups told her allegedly that she needed to get, I guess she had posted about it or put up pictures or video or something like that. Either on the Denver 7 page or whether her page, I'm not sure, but Aurora Police found out about it and called her immediately and told her do not take pictures. Do not, take video. Take that down, and get the fuck out of Del Mar Park. What did she say? If you live in Aurora neighborhood, you know this guy was Asian and his mom was looking for him the morning he was found. You can stop spreading misinformation. Maybe go to the neighborhood, talk to folks. Okay, Kelly, let me be very clear. Let me be very fucking clear. Do not come on here starting shit, because you're known for doing that shit. Come on here, be respectful. If you have further information, great. But don't sit here and what I said was alleged. All this stuff is alleged. This is still an on investigation. This is still an a further investigation that we're still trying to gather information for. If you have information, great. Put it on there. Don't come on here starting shit with this. You do that shit all the fucking time. And if you continue to do it, you will be blocked. So stop it. So if the man is Asian, I said it's either Hispanic or Asian descent. Just come on here with information and be cool, be chill about it. Chill the fuck out with all this other stuff. You always do that. Come on here and try to start shit and being like, you're wrong and blah, 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 blah. But I end up being right. Just chill the fuck out. If you have information, great. Put it on here. But with the snarkiness, stop it. Pain in the ass. If he's Asian, okay, where's the fact? That's fine. Who did you talk to? Did you talk to somebody in the neighborhood? Where did you get this information? Because I'm not going to just automatically believe you as well. You could ask the neighbors to just say, that's what we're planning on doing. His mom was looking for him. What's the name of the mom? I mean, you have so much to say. Let's have it out. Where's your fucking video on this? Where's your information? Because we want to make sure the family is notified about this. She said that he had severe depression. Okay. And who did you get this from? From her specifically? Great. That's wonderful. Who did you talk to? And don't be a smart ass. If she get it, who did you talk to? Because you're being very vague with the information. I know what the fuck I am. And I know what I do for the fucking community more than you do. But okay, so she's steady arguing with me, but she's not saying anything. It's not aggressive. It's actually assertiveness. You will be wrong. You might need to look up the information. Go ahead and block her. Get her the fuck out of here. Tired of dealing with dumbass people like her. She's just being a troll. Okay, so Kelly says that she claims to have I guess get information as far as the mother walking around looking for her son, and he had known depression or whatever or something like that. Okay, who did you talk to? Did you talk to the mother? Did you talk to a family member who knows the mother? Where are you getting this information from? You can't make blanket statements like that. This is what I'm saying. The irresponsibility. That's why I said when I first got on here, this was alleged. We're still gathering information on this. We don't know. I did not talk to the mom. I don't know if this is my first time hearing of this. And just because I live in the neighborhood doesn't mean that I know every single thing. That's like me. me being a DJ and knowing every song that that was ever created. No, it's just that doesn't make any sense. So if you have information, just give the information so the people know about it. The people here in this neighborhood deserve to be safe as well. So if it was a quote unquote suicide, then we can rest our nerves, but we can still pray for the family, be there for the family, and support the family. K-Dot, she heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who works for Aurora Police. Oh, okay. There we go. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Right. She's an idiot. She's an idiot. She really is. She's just an idiot. And she needs to understand what aggression is. She needs to look up the definition. Exactly, Ferry. Exactly. Don't we have to ask questions. We can't assume, you know. So, but I will say this. Okay. So it was also alleged that the man's legs were broken from witnesses on the scene, or it looked or appeared to be broken. And not only that, the police were looking through the pockets of the man that was hanging. He had a bag over his head. You know, usually people, I don't know. I don't think you would put a bag over your head and hang yourself. That seems very unlikely to me. Just saying. Not only that, it was also stated that allegedly Aurora police were pulled the man's pants down and was checking his genitalia. Again, alleged information. Just wanted to point that out. So just so you guys can have a mental note on that. Again, I don't know if this was a suicide. I don't believe it was. I think it was foul play because no news is reporting about it. None. So I find it hard to believe that. So Aurora police calls the Denver 7 news lady, tells her not to record or take photos of what happened. Then calls her higher ups and tells them the same thing. And now no news is reporting on this. None. This is incredible. But I mean, we got the incident number. Right. That's what I feel. I feel like they are hiding something. What did he push off from the video? I watched. There wasn't nothing. Right. So there are some people. It's on TikTok, but you probably type in Aurora man hung himself, or hung. Maybe not himself, but was hung. You'll be able to see the video. And he was swinging back and forth like in a 180. So he was swinging like this. You go back and forth. And they had him up there. I think the little girl called around 7:30, 7:40. Cops got on scene maybe, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes afterwards, approximately. So he was hanging up there for quite some time. And then, and I think MLH announced it maybe in this video that they took him down finally. And it wasn't a gentle way, like they just cut the rope and yeah, it was crazy. Autopsy must be performed. So many things are possible. He could have been deceased before the tree. Just saying. Yeah, that's what yeah, exactly, Ellie. If the man was murdered, I do believe he was murdered first, allegedly, and then hung. I don't think he was hung and then. War cops are the most trash cops I know. A cop from LA, they use Aurora PD videos and training an example of what not to do. That's crazy. I think LA cops are probably the worst though. But Aurora's pretty bad. And nice for you to be here, Philippe. Appreciate it. I agree. Great idea on that. Absolutely. I agree with you on that. Hopefully, because sometimes what they'll try to do if they have the body in their possession, they'll delay family of actually seeing the body and then make that determination of cremation. I don't know if the mother has power of attorney over him. That I'm not sure. If whatever Kelly C is talking about. And I think this Kelly C person is, I think she's either an informant or works with the Aurora police because she always has some smart shit to say. And not in a logistic form. Yeah, that's what my cop friend told me. He's retired now. Wow. I think we have a corrupt system in general. I agree with you. So I'm begging you guys, please call up there. Ellie, if you can put the number up there one more time. I believe it's 303-739-3000. Non-emergency. You guys have every right to find out what's going on and then give them the case number as well. If they try to act stupid and say, yeah, it probably is this. Yeah, right. Kelly, if you are still watching, you can report this. K-Dot is only in a war 49% of the time. The rest of the time he's in Venezuela. Right. Somebody online tried to say the hood over his head was his hair. I can't confirm or deny that, to be honest, because I wasn't there on scene. And MLS didn't get out of the car, so but yeah, please guys, please call up there, try to get some information. And if you have any further information, please contact me, DJ K-Dot. I'm sorry, no, k.copwatch@gmail.com. Ellie, if you could put that in there, that'd be great. Appreciate your love. I don't look like it didn't look like hair to me, but it's possible. Right. It was kind of hard to tell. If you have any information about this particular story, because this is why the news outlets are so afraid of the cop watching and First Amendment auditor community, because we get there on scene before them, we get more information for them. And here's the thing: remember what happened in Boulder at King Soopers? It was a cop watcher who got the coverage first on that as it was actually happening. He was going through the parking lot and there were dead bodies and all that, and the guy was still shooting. So you got to remember that. Kelly C, that email is not for you. You can email yet. Yeah, so keep the family in prayers, you guys. Keep the family in prayers. We'll try to get you as much information as possible. There were a few homeless people that were interviewed that we got some interviews from. As far as my other activists out there, and they even feel that this was not a suicide, and the little girl who actually called in to the police for them to come there. Not only that, they said approximately around 4 something in the morning, there was some commotion. There was like an argument or something like that, to that extent, of several men. And then, they didn't really think anything of it, and went back to sleep. And when they woke up, they found a man hanging from the tree. So again, there's all type of anomalies on this particular story. We just want to make sure that we put the right information out there as much as possible. Y'all know that I try to get y'all the correct information as humanly possible. It's my sole responsibility to get you guys the right information. If I don't know, then I don't know. I don't want to lie to y'all, but we'll keep it as alleged, because these, we want to make sure anything that we produce is factual on this page. So, and y'all know everything that I've talked about has been pretty factual and pretty accurate. So, thank you, Ferry. I appreciate that. We will keep you guys updated on this. Again, if you guys have any information to this particular story, please don't hesitate to email me. Please don't hesitate. And you're absolutely right, Renetta. That's, man. Yeah, so like I said, the community is shook up by this, and we will get to the bottom of this and try to figure some things out, because this is not right. It's just simply not right. When Aurora police lies, say it isn't. So, right, they are. Also, like I said, if that is the case, to where the mom was, looking for her son or whatever, then we want to definitely keep her in high regards. But I mean, the noose or the rope was taken around his neck, unwrapped around his neck, and went around 5 times. And then the actual branch itself it took them 25 unravels for them to get them off there. So yeah, so share this video, share the number, share the case number or incident number, so we can keep pressure on them, because I don't want it to be to the point to where they put this under the rug, because like I said, there's no major news coverage on this, not even locally. So it and like I said, a lot of the citizens are talking, and they're like, well, why isn't there news covering this? That's a major concern to the people of Aurora. So the sad thing is called the criminal justice system, not the victim justice system. Yeah, you're right. Share my email, Kelly C. Again, that's the manager. gmail.com. Like I said, Kelly C always has some smart, or actually some illiterate shit to say, or vague shit to say that she doesn't have any backing of. She just doesn't like what we do over here. If you don't like what I do, then you don't have to be here. You can just go to a different channel. You can't just go to the scene like that and declare it an unaliving with an hour or 2 before even investigation. Right, exactly. Investigating. And not only that, it's up to the coroner's decision to determine that particular type of death, of what it was. You know what I'm saying? They have to look at all the facts. It was also said that there was a suicide letter with him. But you also have to test that for DNA. She is big mad. I would agree with you. You have to test that, the letter with DNA and all those. There's so many factors that have to go in to this particular type of case. You can't just be like, oh, this person killed himself, and just to shut the community up. Like that's not fair to the community, nor is it safe. Because people are probably thinking that there's some type of killer out there, and it's 2025, and people are still being hung from trees. Crazy. Not only that, when I went out there and took pictures and everything like that, the tree was located to where that it was going to be incredibly difficult for a camera to even look in that area. So, and there was tire tracks from a particular three-way intersection coming toward the tree. You'll see the tire tracks in the grassy area. Because we do have a parking lot, so I don't know why they didn't just come in through the parking lot and then walk. But it came through. It was one set of tire tracks that came through into the area. I find that suspicious too. So I don't know, but again, I'm pretty enraged by this, because it's, culturally as a person of color, we know all about lynchings and being hung from trees and all those type of things from our history. So it does, it hits different, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure the mother is comforted by this, and if mom, if you or whoever, a family member happens to catch this, you are in our prayers. We're thinking about you. Please connect with me. I want to be able to pray with you and get you any type of resources that you need. So to let you know that community is here for you, and you do not have to go through this by yourself at all. We want to be a support to you during this troubling time. So, and we want to try to get as much answers for you from the Aurora police by putting pressure on them and making sure that they're actually doing their job. So, okay, guys, I appreciate you guys coming in. Please like this video. Please share this video. Please, I'm begging y'all, so we can get this information out here. If we can make this news national, perfect, because we have to get to the bottom of this, to where they need to do a damn press conference on this, something, because that blanket statement was incredibly irresponsible. And I thank MLH for even going out there. I know that was hard on him. Like I said, MLH is not the person to really be shooken up about shit, but this hit him differently. But unfortunately, that's part of our job as far as seeing things that we may not want to, rather have not seen, but at the end of the day, it's our due diligence as civil rights investigators and journalists to get that information to you guys, so you guys know how to move accordingly, and we're just making sure everybody is safe. So they also didn't keep it tape off after they left, so if it was a crime, evidence is now no good. Yeah, they didn't preserve it after. There was a scene, there was tape when I guess the guy was filming it, but yeah, I think after they took him down, they cut the tape and everything. I did share. Thank you. I appreciate you, Ferry. K-Dot, thank you very much for covering this. It's important. Thank you, Ellie, for being here and being the best mod ever. She's the queen mod in this community. So I appreciate you guys. More stories to come. Also, since I'm here, it is possibly looking like, the city attorney, when it comes, my family, Kylan, the Kylan Lewis family, my cousin who was shot and killed for having a cell phone, did file a lawsuit a few weeks ago. The city attorney is very strongly thinking about settling this. The mayor's not too happy about that, doesn't agree with it, and he's trying to encourage city council to not approve it, because the city attorney doesn't have to take the case, but it's up to the city council, to approve that.
It's me, correct?
Approve of the settlement to pay the family.
So it's just me.
So yes, Justin for Kylan Lewis. Yes. I'm sure it has. Ferry. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Cajun Randy 214. What's up, dude? Hadn't seen you in a while. Glad you're here. So that's the current update about that story, and he's feeling that the city of Aurora settles too quickly on civil rights cases, and he wants to take stuff to trial and stuff like that. But
bro.
If you did wrong, then you did wrong. So, and if Aurora police had anything to do with it, it was probably wrong. And then I can't imagine if one of my family ghost stories. Yeah, it's crazy. You got a couple of vids for me? Oh, Ellie did. Okay. Yeah, so, at the end of the day, there might be a settlement coming here pretty soon, and I'll keep you guys updated on that. Because they're not liking that we're taking control over the city council meetings. But here's the thing: it's our building, it's our meeting. So that's what happens when we don't bow down to government. We are the authority. We are the authority over government. Period. We the people. I know my witness protects me from that, and it's disgusting and it happens to anyone. They work in your community. So yeah. So all right, guys. I'm gonna head on out. Like I said, look through the comments. The case number's in there if you need it. I'll repeat it again. It's 25-1211. I'm sorry, 25-121814. Okay. Everyone be safe. Yes, Ellie. Yes, everyone be safe. You guys always report the damn police and make sure you hold them accountable. Until next time, this is the K-Dot Experience. Love you guys, and share this video.
Yeah, so salute to K-Dot for covering this when nobody else would. So for those that just tapping in, we had a lynching here in Aurora, Colorado. Alleged lynching here in Aurora, Colorado, which is a sundown town. Me and Lady Tara was talking about it being a sundown town. So for those that didn't know, in sundown towns, we would have a lot of lynchings. That's why they were called sundown towns. For the if you was black and you was found in that town after dark, something bad could happen to you, such as you could get lynched or killed, or by a combination of the two. So it's real and still real. So KDOT just gave us an update on this. So they found a man hanging from a tree about 25 feet up, and they're saying initially they were saying it was a black man. Initial reports was it was a black man. Now they're saying it was either Hispanic or Asian. But either way, however, these lynchings still happening in 2025. It's crazy. So, APD, all they did was release this statement on their Twitter page. The Aurora Police Department is investigating an apparent suicide. They're calling it a suicide, but the way it was described and how the victim was hanging from a tree, I don't think that they hung themselves. Somebody hung them. So they're saying it's apparent suicide, though. They immediately came out the same day and said it was a suicide. APD, Aurora Police Department, who has a dissent decree on them right now for their brutal treatment of black people, especially foundational black Americans like Elijah McClain, for instance, their treatment of us. So they're saying that it was an apparent suicide in Delmar Park involving a middle-aged man. There are no indications of foul play or anything criminal occurred, and there is no larger community concerns. Any loss of life in our community is a tragedy and will also always be investigated to its utmost to determine if criminal behavior is involved. Which I didn't even investigate it. I just said, hey, nothing to see here. It was a suicide. Moving right along. Based on the investigation. What investigation? Didn't even do an investigation. Based on the investigation, we have determined that this was a tragic and self-inflicted event. The ongoing investigation will be handed out by Arapahoe County's coroner's office. So, like K. Dot said, there hasn't been no news coverage on this at all. Especially nobody black crew. Yeah, nobody black off themselves with a tree and a rope. Not happening. Right. Remember, they tried to say that brother in South Carolina had lynched himself, had hung himself by a rope that he bought from Walmart. The truck driver. We had covered that as well. Nobody black is going to use a tree and rope at all ever. Right. Especially FBA, like, so there's that. And then the brother was like, there was some tire tracks there. Somebody had drove up and placed them there. So this person was killed and then hung from a tree. Was dropped off. They had a bag over their head. They were hanging. They were suspended 25 feet above the ground. It's one of them big old oak trees in the center of Aurora in this park called Delmar. It's like right in the center, like off of 6th and Peoria. And there's a whole bunch of trees over there. So somebody hung them from one of them trees. So it's just crazy that there's no news coverage. Like none of the news outlets out here have covered this. None of them. And I'm subscribed to Newsbreak. I ain't heard nothing about this. The first indication I heard about it was on Twitter. And shout out to Kukizi because he had posted something about it as well. Let me see if I can pull up his post. Initially, I thought it was a black man. It's just stinking. especially since like the year prior, somebody did hang a noose from a tree. Okay. Our good FBA brother said a couple days ago. Check it out. Check it out. But I had initially seen it on Cookie's Twitter page. Yeah, here it is. They found someone hanging on a tree in Aurora, Colorado. Still looking into this. My whole Facebook is in a frenzy. So that's how I found out about it. So shout out to Cookies. And then this person named LS Don said, y'all, apparently a young black or Hispanic man, some are saying could possibly have been be a teenager, was found hung this morning from a tree at Del Mar Park in Aurora, Colorado, outside of Denver. Someone shared a video of it on Facebook, shaking my damn head. So apparently there's videos of this circulating on Facebook, or as I call it, Fedbook, and on TikTok, both of which I cannot access because my TikTok was attached to my Facebook, and I can't get on my Facebook, so there's that. Otherwise, I would show you all the video. Okay, crew. Said I'm still listening. I'm about to fall out of all that. Okay, got you, crew. Oh yeah, that story was wild too. Lifeguard charged with murder and shooting of 2 teens at Douglas Park. Yeah. So we'll keep you updated here on Front Line Blacc News on any future developments in regards to this alleged lynching that occurred in Aurora, Colorado this past weekend. Was it this past weekend? Yeah, this past weekend. Yeah, I believe this happened on Saturday. Yeah. So moving along, the next topic is first generation immigrant tries to call herself FBA. Then asked how we even know who's really FBA. Oh yeah, thoughts and prayers go out to the family. I'm sorry your loved one was lynched allegedly. That's crazy. But it's still it's 2025 and they're still lynching people. Allegedly. And APD is real hush hush about it. Along with all the news medias out here. Condolences to the family of this lynch victim. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on this first generation immigrant trying to call herself FBA.
Since delineation, a lot of people have been questioning what is FBA? What qualifies you for FBA? It's not really that hard to figure out. It's not rocket science. It's not the theory of relativity or anything like that, right? It's very simple. Case in point, you got this sister here, you know, that she's the first generation in this country, and she just has some questions for FBA. Let's go ahead and check this out.
I just have some questions for the foundational Black Americans because I was born here. My parents were born here. Okay. I can't a lot of posts about the foundational Black Americans with Trump and deportation. So I just want to know, like, how does one know that they are a foundational Black American? Because wouldn't that make every American that's Black here in America, that's not from the islands or from like other countries, wouldn't that make them foundational Black Americans just by being born here? Or I don't know, maybe someone said like you have to have like 3 generations born here. I don't know. I just want to know, like, how do you guys know? Because everybody can't be foundational Black Americans. There's just no way. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just trying to get more like.
Now, you would hear her post and you would think, oh, okay, well, that's something maybe we just need to talk about or explain a little bit further. But then look at what's on the screen here, what she has. She says, I have so many questions because you guys seem to take great pride in being FBA and being racist toward Africans. This is what she says on the screen while asking the questions that she is asking, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, what you just said about FBAs and being racist toward Africans is categorically false. Black people cannot be racist toward any group of people, and surely can't be quote unquote racist to someone from the diaspora. Now, people can just maybe not like you. That's probably what it is, but racist? No, can't do that. What power do we have to quote unquote enact racism? You have to have power to enact racism, to be the dominant race, right? And racially, I guess, you're African descent, like we're African descent, but culturally, we're Black American, right? And you're African. There's nothing wrong with that. Now let's get to what she's saying. Ma'am, your parents, you are from the motherland, okay? Shout out to y'all. We and my ancestors built this nation, like the foundation of this nation, right? There was no America until we built it. We built it from scratch. There was no foundation at all until we built it. Then we built not only the foundation, we built America. So later you come along after America's built, after all the work was done, after all the civil rights was fought for, right? After all the dogs was, biting our ancestors and the water hoses and the Klan and all the different things that we went through and the Jim Crow and the black codes, we did all the work. You came in here later and just benefited, right? So if you can't trace even somebody in your family that went through generations or even what I described, then clearly you're not an FBA. If your ancestors don't trace back to chattel slavery in this land, you're not FBA. Now, you may have some Caribbean people may say, well, we went through slavery in the Caribbean. You're 100% right. And you need to go get your reparations from the British. That's in Jamaica for sure. Go get your reparations from the British, right? And I support your fight for reparations. I'm not against it. And if you get reparations, I would genuinely be happy for you if you get your reparations in the Caribbean. I wouldn't be like, why can't we get it? Because my ancestors wasn't enslaved in the Caribbean. They were enslaved here. But ma'am, not only yourself, but others, y'all are literally freaking out. Because yes, as of the filming of this video, no, we haven't had a single reparations check positive. But y'all know spiritually it's going to happen. Because if y'all thought it wasn't going to happen, if y'all thought it was just so, if y'all really thought all that, y'all care about reparations, you wouldn't care nothing about no delineation. You're sure trying to figure out and worm your way into being an FBA. I've never seen so many people who come to this country. This is the crazy part. They come to the country. We want to say, oh, let's practice some Pan-Africanism, right? Let's all be together. Let's all be one. And when we wanted it, they were like, nah, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. I'm not black. I'm Dominican. I'm not black. I'm, Trinidadian. All these different things that's being said, right? Everybody going to their little corner. we're saying like, hey man, like let's work together. You know, like saying we all be together, we all be black together, and that's it. Nobody want to be black together. But now because of delineation, and you say, you know what? You're right. We should be fighting for our own group. Now all of a sudden, hey, you know, we brothers, we sisters. Like, what are y'all doing? This is divisive. Why wasn't it divisive when we was talking about some Pan-Africanism? Why wasn't it divisive then? We didn't tell y'all divisive for going and stay in your own communities away from us. Divisive. We didn't understand it. We didn't. You're like, that's kind of weird. We did say that, but we didn't accuse you of being divisive. We didn't accuse you of being racist. We're doing any of that. We just like, well, that's what them people want to do. And we went on by our business. And now since we talking about, okay, now we've delineated, now it's a problem. Oh, them FBAs. Oh, they can talk to white nationalists. He didn't say that about y'all. I don't want to take talking points from white nationalists, and we didn't say nothing about y'all. We didn't accuse y'all of being anything. We just understood that's what y'all wanted to do, and we had to respect it. Now, this is what FBAs want to do, delineate. You got to respect it. I think it's disrespectful. You're trying to worm your way into it being an FBA. Y'all trying all kind of somersaults, all kind of loopholes, trying to fine tooth comb any little crack in the armor you can get in. Like, ooh, I found a spot. I can get in. Like, this is desperation already. I mean, seriously. Like, why are you so desperate? Be proud of your community and your heritage. Be proud. I'm not taking away from nobody's heritage, where you come from, nothing. Be proud. But right now, FBA's got to take care of FBA because we haven't been doing that. We have neglected our community forever. We have. And now we have to fix FBA. And fixing FBA means we don't get out there and fight other fights that has nothing to do with us. It's like telling you, leave your house to come clean my house. Clean, shining like new money, but your house stay dirty because you never clean yours. You always cleaning mine. Well, that'd be like you saying, nah, Phil, I'm cleaning my house from now on, bro. I have neglected my house. My house is a mess. You have to clean your own house. Well, that's divisive. Why all of a sudden you go clean your house and telling me you gonna clean yours and you not gonna clean mine no more? That's divisive. Some people like, okay, people like, that's stupid. Why would anybody say that to anybody, right? Fix your own house, clean your own, right? Wouldn't people say that? It's the same thing. Handle your own fight and handle your own things. But see, this is the issue with y'all. Some were being disrespectful, and then they want to hide behind us when white supremacy come. And what's happening right now is that you can't hide behind us and white supremacy is at your doorstep. You can't say, hey, FBAs, we brothers. We should have been brothers a long time ago. And I'm not saying every brother or sister who's an immigrant here is on any of that, because that's for sure not true. But for the ones that has saying statements like FBAs are being racist toward Africans, it's the dumbest thing ever. What are the laws that we put on the books to harm Africans? What policies we push for to harm Africans specifically? None. We're against any harm to Africans here or in the motherland. So why would you lie like that? That's a bold-faced lie. And you're the kind of person, ma'am, that we have to watch out for. And usually getting Congress and be disrespectful to us, or look out only for your own. Why don't y'all answer that question? When some of y'all get in Congress, y'all look out for your immigrant community, but you don't look out for FBAs. You don't think that's divisive? That's hella divisive. Look out for all black people. Why only your group or y'all immigrants? That's so divisive. But y'all not being called out on y'all divisive behavior. But we divisive. We want to look out for ourselves now. So y'all, it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. They're going to be, everybody is going to be trying to listen, not just the diaspora. No, that's a given. Latinos, they already tried. Latinos gonna try to worm their way in the FBA. Asians gonna try to worm their way in the FBA. And the closer you get to reparations, you know who's the final boss gonna try to worm their way in the FBA? White people. Oh, trust me when I tell you this. Reparations get this close, people gonna be trying to say, well, you know, my granny from 3-4 generations back was a slave. So I mean, technically I could be with FBA. Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. You're gonna be freaked out how many people gonna be trying to worm their way into FBA. You're gonna be like, wow, what in the hell is this? Am I living in the Twilight Zone? Oh, it's coming. I promise you it's coming. People know things are coming down the line, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, what I say to this sister here, just be proud of your heritage. You're not an FBA. You are, you know, a first generation, you know, African American. You know, you're truly an African American. And shout out to you being an African American. But you're not an FBA. And that's all. Nothing wrong with that. Enjoy your African American status and you know, hey, we'll support you, but nope, not an FBA. You must be a descendant of slaves in this land, and we didn't immigrate here. We don't have no other foreign flags we waving. We don't send money as remittance to nobody. We're not being pressured from family to do that. You know, that sort of thing, like what immigrants go through, right? We're not forced to pay school fees for family members overseas, right? Like immigrants are forced to in a lot of ways and pressured to, right? So, nope, we're not immigrants. That's really the major criteria. Descendant of slaves and you never was an immigrant, then that's FBA. Just that simple.
You've tried it your way, but you're still in debt. Or maybe you're doing okay, but want to invest.
Yep, it's just that simple. So we don't need no $5 FBAs running around here trying to get in on our claim. And definitely no tethers. You clearly tell that sister was a damn tether. And she's sitting up here talking about she don't know what FBA is. So for those that don't know, here it is. Straight from officialfba.com. It says FBA history. Foundation of Black America's FBA are the proud descendants of the Black men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in the human history, American slavery, American chattel, de jure slavery, to be exact. These resilient ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. However, the rich history of FBA did not begin in 1916 or 1619 with the arrival of enslaved Black people in Virginia. It began nearly a century earlier in 1526. Spanish colonizer Luis Vasquez del Ayllón brought the first documented enslaved Black people to the shores of what is now South Carolina and Georgia coastline, where my ancestors was enslaved and were sharecroppers. Shortly after their arrival, these enslaved Black people courageously revolted against their captors, leading to the collapse of the Spanish settlement. The surviving Spaniards retreated to the Caribbean, leaving behind the liberated Black people. These freed Black people integrated with the local Native American societies, or the Niji, marking a pivotal and often overlooked chapter in the lineage and cultural evolution of foundational Black Americans. Since that defining moment in 1526, the culture and identity of foundational Black Americans has been deeply rooted in building resilience, resistance, and an unwavering fight for justice. The spirit of perseverance and ingenuity has shaped every aspect of American society, from infrastructure and agriculture to art, music, and political activism. FBA are an exceptional people whose enduring legacy continues to inspire generations. It is important to clarify that Foundational Black Americans, FBA, is not a group or organization. There is no designated leader of FBA. FBA is a lineage-based designation that specifically refers to the over 43 million Black Americans who are direct descendants of the freedmen, the formerly enslaved Black people who were emancipated in the United States. This lineage represents the unique and unbroken connection to the foundational builders of this nation. We honor and celebrate the rich history, cultural contributions, and unyielding strength of foundational Black Americans. This recognition is not only a tribute to our ancestors, but also a commitment to preserving and advancing the legacy they established. So there you have it. That's the definition of FBA. Any questions, class? So, moving on. Oh, let me put my camera on so y'all can see. So I got the FBA in the background, and then behind me is the 1526 as well. It's over here in the corner where that one is next to the fifth. So yeah, that's what FBA is, a lineage, not a group, not an organization, a lineage. So these damn tethers, they mad about it. And we got another one that says FBAs are the Cubans of the Black community, but we're just done being used. Let me put that up. Yeah.
A girl to even go all the way up to nationals on her first time because she had placed number 2 in the state of Texas. That's how she ended up going to nationals. And who do you think? Like, some fellas like that, and that's fine, but I never liked that whatsoever. Okay, yeah, and with this particular channel, some changes and
put drugs in the Black neighborhoods, let them sell them, then lock them up for years. We make money on both ends. Slavery all over again.
Okay, well, that's AI, right? That's AI. So you can either cry or you can just tell the truth. So AI is a great tool for Black people too. See, they use the tool to do the stupid things they've been doing. Memes, stereotypes. Okay, we use it as a tool of truth. We create AI avatars. We can take the same programming they doing and tell on them and show their stuff with AI too. We need to stop crying about what they're doing. I hate that. Don't come crying. Oh, they doing this. Oh, look what the race is doing. I know that's them. It probably is. I know when it's them because when they do something, it's exaggerated. It's not even like we do stuff on a comedy level and tease ourselves, but we know we go so far with it, right? they take it too far with the stereotypes, so they kind of give it away. They're doing it, but that's okay. That's okay. Listen, even our quote unquote stereotypes are better than them. They can't even do a stereotype on their own community because that's how bland and it's just nothing. So they have to do something on us, right? So stop crying, learn the tech, or you get left behind. I've seen people crying about that. They're going to replace influencers. They're not going to replace me. AI can't do what I do. But either you learn AI or get left behind. You're going to lose your job. You're going to lose a whole lot of things if you don't learn. So learn. Now, with that being said, you say Trump going on them reservations, he got them Pretendians losing their minds. Oh, okay. I don't know what that's about. You say Trump stopping them remittances going abroad. Oh, Trump been talking about that for a hot minute. And yeah, we need to get to the topic. I know some people, he didn't get to the topic. It's a live stream. If I never get to the topic, it is what it is. The purpose of a live stream is I can go in a direction, right? But we'll get to the topic. So calm your nerves. Cubans that were let in here, let me say that much, are the white Cubans, okay? And from what a lot of reports from FBAs, that they are very anti-black. There's plenty black Cubans in Cuba that they don't let over here. You may have a few black Cubans here and there. You know, matter of fact, I know a black Cuban, you know, that was used to work with my wife and everything. She was a black Cuban, and her man was a black Cuban, and all of that. But outside of her, I think she's probably one of the first black Cubans I've personally talked to. Any other Cuban I've ever seen has been the white ones, right? So they don't let too many black Cubans over here. This first and foremost. But that's their issue and problem. We're not saying that we're just exceptional. Oh man, we just a holy grail. No, what we're saying is this, sir. This is not our issue because we can't be deported. Okay? We built this country from scratch. We have a whole 14th Amendment that was put there to make us citizens. Because listen, if they didn't want to make us citizens, they didn't have to. Just go back to that. We had no rights in this country. The Dred Scott decision was before that. So they could have sent us all back to Africa if they wanted to, actually. They could say, you know what, get your behind back to Africa. We want, or wherever they want to send us. If they didn't want to send us to Africa, they could have sent us whatever. But clearly they say, no, we need them here. Well, they felt that way because they were lazy. It's bottom line. They were lazy. So we need them here. So they went on ahead and created the 14th Amendment to make sure that we are citizens of the United States. Now, why did they do that? Let's just be real. If you got a group of people, a couple of million people walking around who's not belonging to the system, then they create another system. When they create another system, that's a lot of people being on code that y'all about to go to war for something eventually. It's going to happen. So they say, you know what, tonight we already had enough of this civil war. We had enough of all that. We are broken. We are down. We need them FBAs to help us rebuild America after this civil war and these industries. We still need low-skilled labor because we know we're not going to pay the whites that. We're not going to pay the whites, so we're going to pay the black people, okay? So let's go on and make them citizens. Once again, they chose to do that. We had no rights, okay? But they did it for their benefit. They didn't do it for ours, sir. Okay, you got to know American history. The problem with a lot of you immigrants, no matter where you come from, is that you don't want to read a book. Or you don't even want to ask AI. You could ask Alexa. You can ask ChatGPT, Claude, whatever one you want to use. You don't even have to pick up a book. Just ask the AI, okay? So if you're not even asking AI to give you a history lesson, you're being ignorant by choice. But unfortunately, the average reading level of most Americans, even those who are grown, is 6th grade. That's the problem in this country. But let's go on and continue.
That the rest of them don't have. I feel like foundational Black Americans are the Cubans of the Black community. I was reading this post about how Haitians are now being deported and how they're going to be targeted. And I'm looking at the comments and I see
salute, man.
foundational Black Americans, people who are claiming they're foundational Black
86
Americans,
them again.
that they're good. There's nothing, they have nothing to worry about. And I just think, like, you are such a dumb, because you look just like me. I'm not Haitian, by the way, but you just like me. You look like the Haitian that's gonna get deported.
Yeah, definitely a foreigner.
We look alike.
Okay, you said feel. Feel is just feelings that is no bearing in fact, so that doesn't really matter what you feel about FBAs and Cubans. But speaking of Haitians, let's talk about that. So I was in the airport Sunday, and I had an FBA couple came up to me and said, "Hey, bro," the way they did that in the Orlando airport, they make you go the Southwest line, make you go way to the end. It was a long gang of line, it looked like the food stamp line. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day. FBA couple said, "Hey, bro, if you don't want to stand in this line, hey, y'all can go outside with the sky cap. Just give them a little money, whatever." And I'm like, oh, cool. Then I had a Haitian brother come up to me. He said, "Hey, I'm the sky cap." He said, "Hey, I can get you." He had the Southwest, uniform and all that on. I said, "Man, bet." He came right to me, the Haitian brother. And hey, I went on here. He took my bags, checked my ID. I gave the brother about $20, and I said, "Man, it was good to meet one of you great Haitian brothers, man. I appreciate you. I like that." So FBAs ain't got nothing against Haitians. We ain't got nothing against Jamaicans. We ain't got nothing against nobody in the diaspora. We never have. What we're saying is this: mass deportations really don't affect us like that. Now, you're saying we look alike. In a lot of instances, we don't. If you really look at Black people, we do look different. In a lot of instances, it could be certain features, certain skin tones aren't the same, certain phenotype, certain hairlines aren't the same, certain hair texture isn't the same. Prime example, I was in South Africa and I had a sister over there. I went to, because I wanted to try the McDonald's over there, because I never really go to McDonald's, but I wanted to try theirs. So usually when I heard in different countries, they have different menu items. So I wanted to go over there, in which they did have different menu items than what they had here in the United States. And so the sister from back there, she said that she'll wonder and say, "I wonder if you were colored." And I said, "Huh?" He said, "Yeah, because your hair is so wavy, just like theirs are. But I'm seeing how dark you are. And that's what kind of just, I didn't know what you were, where you're from. And I just didn't get it about your hair." And I told her at the time, I said, "Nah, I'm from the United States. I'm from America." Said, "Oh, that's it. I just could not tell you were standing there." And then she went into the good hair conversation, right? It's like, "Oh, because you got that real good hair." And I said, "No, I don't have good hair. I just have hair." I said, "You have good hair too." "No, not this hair." Like, no. We all have good hair. No, there's no such thing as good hair or bad hair. I don't believe in that crap. That's our perception anyway. Right? We talking, we just laughing, whatever, right? I can tell you from the African continent too, we all don't look the same. Now, to somebody who don't have the untrained eye, all Black people look the same. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. The FBA has a distinctive look.
Yeah, we do.
I will say a lot of Africans have a distinct look, distinct colors from what I see, the colors that we don't even have. I've seen certain colors on other African brothers and sisters that I've never seen here. And some of them colors is like, wow, look at, it's like just the tone of it. Certain reds in their skin, that they're dark, I've never seen here. And that's okay. That's okay to be different. There's no problem. Now, if you really want to get down to it, the only ones I'm going to say that kind of can resemble here and there, I'm gonna admit at least what I've seen, probably some Caribbeans, and yes, Haitians are Caribbean. I get that, but they also Latino as well. But y'all, every culture move different too. Most people can tell the difference with FBA versus a Caribbean versus an African with time. We don't speak the same way. We have different cultures. People can tell. Okay. Yeah. But to say that, they're going to grab up FBAs and deport them back to Haiti, let's go there. Let's say that FBAs now all of a sudden got to start worrying about ICE thinking we're Haitian. And this to all immigrants that have been telling FBAs you're next, okay? How does that stop you from being deported, though?
Right.
Have you thought about that? If FBAs is next, right, in the grand scheme of things in your mind, how did that stop you from getting deported if we're next? Or now we getting picked up with the Haitians? How does that stop any of you from being deported?
It doesn't.
What is your purpose of telling us we're going to be deported if it wouldn't even affect your deportation? I can understand if we get deported and you were staying, that's different. But that wouldn't stop you from being deported. So why are you telling us anything? If it's not going to benefit you any?
Right.
It doesn't make sense. Y'all gonna be next. You're gonna be deported. But that's not stopping you from getting deported, even if they could do it. Instead of you sitting up there and formulating a strategy to maybe see how you can duck Trump and them for about a good 4 years, you sitting on the internet talking, giving all your IP address and posting all on these websites about your immigration status, talking to FBAs. Y'all got to come out and protest, and you all illegal. You think if I was illegal and Trump is looking for me, you think I'd be on here talking?
Right.
That'd be the last thing I'd be doing is talking and give up my location.
Right.
You wouldn't find me nowhere. Because listen, I just think about variables. This country's way too big to get everybody. You will get some, but you ain't, man, y'all talk too much.
Right.
Worrying about the FBAs, and we can't save you anyway.
Right.
What are we gonna do to stop the federal government? What are we gonna do? What would you have us do? That's what I'm asking you. And why should we do it for free? Why? I'm just asking you a question. Why should we do it for free? Why should we take the rubber bullets? Why should we get beat with nightsticks?
Right.
Why should we get hit with tear gas?
Right.
Why should we get jailed?
Right.
Why should we be blamed for all the looting, even if we had nothing to do with it? And it was white people even doing it, Latinos doing it, Asians doing it, yet we did it, right? So we propagandized again globally that we're just committing all the crimes. Why should we go through all of that for nothing, for free,
Right.
for the likes of you? Have y'all really sat down and thought about that question?
I don't think they have one.
Why should we go through all of that? They have shot black people, rubber bullets in the eye and put our eye out. They do all kind of heinous things to black people, even with rubber bullets. That one sister they shot point blank with a doggone rubber bullet. They've done horrible things to black people at these protests.
Yeah.
Why should we go out and go through all of that for free, for nothing, for the likes of you? What do we get out of it?
Nothing.
Because it seems like that's an uneven exchange. You get to stay, you don't get propagandized, you don't get shot with rubber bullets, you don't get beat up with sticks, you don't get tear gas, you don't get jailed, you don't get propagandized, you don't get anything.
Yeah,
But we get it.
that's that part, right?
I think that's some of the most low down crap that you immigrants out here is presenting. How dare you want my people to go out here and be harmed, abused, and killed for you? And yet you're not doing that for us.
Right.
Only thing we ask you to do is, hey, just be supportive of us with cash payment reparations. Just be supportive. We didn't actually go out there and protest, fight, get shot with rubber bullets, get beat up. We didn't actually do nothing. We say, just be supportive of cash payment reparations. Now, let's go to California, Latinos and Asians. Let's talk about you.
Right.
You had the opportunity for FBA to come help you. When they had the California Reparations Commission, it was you Latinos and Asians that was totally against reparations in California.
Yep. They were.
Now you need FBAs.
Like America.
See, maybe if you would have helped, if you would have been just lending your votes and lending your voice to assist FBAs, right now FBAs all over the country would be assisting you. Because that's the way we work. See, we're unified here. So if we notice that FBAs have been helped in California, now you got the whole FBA on your side. But you chose to be against FBA because you couldn't get it, even though you get everything else, but you couldn't get that. So you say to hell with FBAs. No, they shouldn't get it. Why should they get it? I should get it. Well, now you're getting it from ICE.
Yep.
You see how that works?
That's AB.
Some of these groups got more numbers than we have. But yet you on here talking about asking FBA, can we come out? Our silence is complete. No. Where's the men in your community? You got a gang of men in these communities. A gang of them. Y'all, some of y'all having 3 kids, a couple or more. Well, all them kids and men you got running around. Tell them go fight for you.
Right.
Because over here, the new rule is this: reciprocity and F you, pay me.
Yeah.
That's what we own. The civil rights generation, y'all had a good run with them. They sit up there and did everything for y'all for free. And y'all still didn't like them either. Y'all was still anti-black toward them too. The civil rights generation.
Yeah.
They wanted minority coalitions. You didn't want it. They let you slap them on each cheek. You disrespected the civil rights generation. And we seen all that as kids. We seen what y'all did to them. So now we grew up and like, you're not about to disrespect me like you disrespect my grandma and them.
Right.
They ain't happening.
Not happening.
So when it comes to Trump and all of that, not my problem. Not FBA problem. Now, you want to make it FBA problem? Let's have some reciprocity. Let's start pushing for reparations. California, you can still do it. Push for reparations. Latinos in California, get on code and start saying, hey, we need to get FBAs reparations. Not because you care about the FBAs. Let me tell y'all something, you immigrants, something. Do things for yourself. Don't do it for us. Listen, we get it. You want to get something out of us? That's fine. Support reparations. Vote for it. Push for politicians that are going to support reparations, cash payment reparations. Keep your mouth out of it because it's not your business other than support. And then we see that. We say, okay, man, the Asians, the Latinos, and whoever else, they supporting reparations. So now when you get in trouble, then we say, hey, man, we got to assist the Latinos, the Asians, whatever, because they was on our side getting us our checks.
Yeah.
You didn't do it for us. You did it for you. That's fine. That's okay. That's what actually relationships supposed to be about, give and take.
Right.
You do something that's going to benefit you and the other person, and then it goes the other way.
Right.
But you can't say, well, why don't y'all just come support us now, then we'll support reparations. No. We've been there, done that too many times, and we get burned every time. And on top of that, not that we did it so many times, y'all have the nerve to go join anti-black racists who are white against us after we did all this stuff for you. And what have we done for you? All the laws that we fought for, that's what we done for you. Because prior to us fighting for those laws, them good folks that you love so much, that you want to better the race with, they want your behind here. They only want Europeans here.
That's right.
From Europe. That's it. They want you here. Now let's continue real quick and finish this off.
You think these white people are gonna look at you and be like, oh, he's not Haitian, he's a foundational Black American? No.
You did that shit like Kamala Harris.
White people can tell the difference. Y'all remember when Trump had said about the Haitians, the dogs and the cats? But you remember they had went to a city council, and the white man went up there and said, "No, he said these Haitians, I want the Black Americans around. I don't want them." And he was specifically making a difference, and he knew the difference between the Haitian and the Black American. Listen, white people been here long enough to know the difference. They know. So don't think they don't know the difference. Listen, they obsessed with Black people. They know the differences way more than you think they know.
Mm-hmm.
They're obsessed with how we walk, how we talk, how we style our hair, what we eat, what we don't eat, how we bathe, how we do anything we do, right? They're obsessed with our good. They're obsessed with our bad. They're obsessed with everything with black people. So you think they don't know the difference? Now, that's a lie. They do know the difference with black folks.
Right.
So they study us 24/7. How do you not know the difference?
Right.
I know the difference with them.
They're gonna see your black ass and take your ass to a prison and then deport your dumb ass.
Yeah.
Okay, they've been taking us to prison. What else is new? Like the crack era, right? Let me go ahead and play that. Let me play that video again. This is what they did to black people. Let me play that video one more time. Hold on, wrong one. That map is actually where all the black people stay in the United States of America. You wonder what that map was. That's where all the FBAs is at. We're not on the West Coast like that. That's why we don't have the numbers. If you start more so, go right there on Southeast Texas and all the way up. That's really where we were originally at in our ancestral homeland, right? So black folks are not really all over the United States like that. That's why I say our power base is the South. Everywhere else is spread too thin. All right, just to let y'all know what that was right there. Now let's play that video one more time, sir. And this is a reality. This is what these politicians did to black people. Let's play it again.
Y'all know how like Cubans
wrong one.
think they're.
Let me get him off the screen. Boom. Right one. Let me play that one more time, because this is a reality. Politicians talking and laughing at black
Put
folks.
drugs in the black neighborhoods, let them sell them, then lock them up for years. We make money on both ends. Slavery all over again.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's an AI video, but doggone it, that's right. That's right. That's what they did to black people. They put drugs in our community. They let black folks get to the freeway with Ricky Ross and all them. They let black folks do it. Then after black folks were selling, because of economic deprivation that they created, then they want to lock up black folk and then benefit off of the prison labor and private prisons. This is why they say slavery all over again. They benefit from the selling of the drug because they don't want to traffic it in. They benefit off of incarceration. Always trying to figure out ways to keep black folks enslaved. So you're talking about they're going to lock you up, and they've been locking black people up for nothing. At least ICE isn't doing what they have done to us. They not. I've seen a single video of an ICE agent shooting you 17 times in the back when you're running away. I haven't seen that video, but I've seen those videos of FBAs die like that. I haven't seen no ICE agents put their knee on your neck. I haven't seen no ICE agents choke you out like Eric Garner. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen none of your kids get shot by ICE agents like Tamir Rice. Haven't seen that. So what are y'all talking about? The ICE agents actually been pretty decent with y'all. Yeah, they've been breaking your window and pulling you out of the car. You know how often that's happened to black people? Exercising their constitutional rights. So that we don't want to hear that crap. We don't want to hear that at all about ICE and all that. No. But all this, y'all, they gonna get y'all too. It's not gonna stop them from getting y'all. So what's the point of saying it? What's the point? No, the point is to get us out there to fight your battles because you're being a coward. Stop being a coward. You got all these men running around these communities. A lot of these men you got running around here being in gangs, terrorizing your own communities. You got men in your communities, immigrant men who have formed gangs, and they're terrorizing their own communities. They committing crime against their own communities. If they're so tough guy against their own community, we'll tell them stand up and do something then. So some of y'all drop babies, man, like somebody just dropping water. Yeah, and you mean to tell me none of these men could go out there and defend their children? Oh, they trying to put their kids, lock their kids up. Where's the men defending them? You say you're so much better than FBA men. Where your men at? The only thing you try, y'all lazy. Even if FBAs were lazy, what the hell that got to do with you? That means there's more jobs for you, right? So clearly, like I told y'all before, I love lazy people. I love them. I really love lazy men. Because that's men I don't have to compete with. That'd make it easy, give me a better lane when lazy men. Look, I hope everybody I come across is lazy. Oh, I care about another man being lazy. You lazy. Okay. If I was hard working, how would you benefit from it? Like sometimes you got to ask people that question. But when people really don't have much of common sense or much of education, they just say stupidity. Listen, you repeating what the folks say, that is not the worst people to repeat. Because you know good and well they ain't got no common sense. I just seen a video the other day, and we actually covered this on the app. Dude got charged with 152 counts of incest. And that's not really the only guy either. This is repeated in their community. That's the people that you're going to go listen to, that crowd. You can't even go listen to the smart ones in their group. You're going to go listen to those idiots and repeat what they say. And that's a group of people that you want to get next to. You're just mad that they turned against your behind. See, at first, they'll tell you, oh, you better than them FBAs. Oh, y'all so much better. And you believed it. And the whole time, FBA's like, bro, they don't like you like that, bro. Like they don't. They running game on you. Listen, they ran game on us first. We already clocked they mess already. We already know. They not like you. Oh, no. We better. We work hard. That's what they told you. That you work hard? Why? Because you getting paid 10 cents on the dollar? Yeah, I'll tell you that too if I want to get 10 cents on the dollar from you. You all such hard working. Oh, you hard working. Oh, you hard working. And who is that hard work benefiting? It's benefiting you. Listen, it's benefiting you, then it's all good. Work hard. But if it's benefiting a corporation who's not paying you even your worth, but then you can walk around here and say, I'm doing better than FBAs. How? I got a house. I got a car. I got this. And FBA's been having that ever since we can remember. We do so much better than FBAs. Where's your historically Hispanic, Asian, Arab college and university? Where's that at? Y'all don't have no institutions, but you so much better? That's what I always tell people, like, how are you better? Because you got a car or a house or a business? FBA's been having that. Like, what? You got a degree? Ooh, you showed you could take a test. FBA's been doing that way before you got here, bruh. How are you doing better? Now, I know you are doing better than what you were in your homeland. I admit that. You are, okay? And I'm proud of you for doing better than what you were doing in your homeland. But don't stay in your immigrant lane with that. Don't step into FBA, because what inventions that you have done, like what innovations you've done in America that we'll point back to. You have no college system that you created. The Asians trying to fight to get in the white folks system and trying to keep black folks out. They should. Why don't they create their own historically Asian college and university? They got the money. Why don't they create it? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, listen, don't let these people come and tell you they doing better and they don't even have no colleges that they created. They going to our colleges. They coming from their country to go to our colleges, and they'll sit up there and say they doing better. No, you're not. Always break them down when they tell you they doing better. And ask me how. How are you doing better? I really would like to know. Yeah, yes, Keisha, I've said that too. We was hard working when we were working for free. Exactly. When we had the attitude, F you pay me, that's when we became lazy. Now, where's the love say we've been in this nation for centuries, yet they're going to tell us about how to survive in this nation when they fled their homelands. Really? Yeah. But I just have an issue with that. We immigrants do better. How? Well, the Indians, they come, they have a higher median income than FBAs. I know personally how those people live. They live several people in the house, the mama, the daddy, the grandma, the other families, and then they bring over the Indians who are the higher educated ones. They don't bring over all the ones that left in India that's out there just hanging out all day. So if we take 1,000 FBAs, our best and brightest FBAs, and we take all those FBA families, 1,000 of them, and put them in one country. Let's say we put them all in Jamaica. Those FBAs are going to do probably much better than the average Jamaican because that's our best and brightest FBAs. Right? And even when they say they're doing better, how are you doing better? Once again, even the East Indians don't have a college system they created. They may make some monies here and there, and they may work in Silicon Valley, some of them or whatever. They can work in a job that they can be fired, a lot of them. And they can be deported. So you can build all this this castle, and then tomorrow you can be deported. Yeah, they go. Yeah, that's right. They go to our universities, but want to tell us they doing better. You ain't listen. If you're doing better, man, show me the pictures of your stuff in your homeland, and then I'll be like, okay, yeah. And even if you are doing better, whoop-de-doo. How does that benefit me and you? That's just foolish pride talking. Well, I'm doing better. What, you want a prize? You want a Labubu? Do you want FBAs to go buy you a Labubu? You doing better? Oh, okay. What edition of Labubu do you like, sir? Because you're doing so much better than FBAs. You want a Labubu? Maybe FBAs need to buy them some Labubus and say, here's your prize. You're doing better. And speaking about HBCUs, FBAs, we got to return wholeheartedly to the HBCUs, get the boule class out of leadership, and have the grassroots who are serious about our education of our children in there and make the HBCUs great again. Because a lot of these boule members, the federal government has given a lot of money to HBCUs. There's no excuse for some of these HBCUs to be operating the way some of them are operating when the federal government has been giving so much money to it. Because if I had to be the president, I would tell all of them, I want a forensic audit of every HBCU. I want to know where all that money went. And if something is funny with the money and it was federal dollars, charges coming on people because you took federal dollars supposed to go to the students. It's supposed to go to those students. You keep coming over here asking for money, but yet students are complaining online about certain facilities and the money was there to fix it. These HBCUs need to be held severely accountable. I'm talking about the ones who have been doing some funny business. You say our black athletes need to come back and get themselves out of the HBCU. Well, the problem is Deion Sanders exposed that. The problem is the leadership. That's what it is. It's the leadership. The leadership in some, I ain't say all, some of these HBCUs is horrible. And a lot of them is attached to the boule, and they just need to go. That's just really what it is. They need to go. Well, you know, those instructors you're talking about, the white instructors and all of that. That's not even, that could be, they brought in by the boule. Let me tell you something. In the United States, you can't discriminate in hiring. But one thing I know about the folks, when something is too black, they kind of stay away from it if it's too black. Or if the folks are working there and it's too black, then they're the right kind of folks. Right? They'd be the ones, listen, bring me the white lady or white guy that go in on their own people. I work with them all day long. They call out their people every day, all day. I work with them. I'm good with them. But the ones that just keeping quiet about what the system and what they do and their privilege, All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you
and make sure y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. All right, thank you, Uncle Phil, for that update on this ridiculousness of these damn tellers comparing us to the Cubans of the black community. All right, so in other immigrant-related news, a lot of these Latinos are running around talking about we're on stolen land and this used to be Mexico and all of that. So I'm about to play a video on was California really stolen from Mexico?
California is burning again. ICE raids have swept through Los Angeles. Marines are patrolling the streets, and protesters waving Mexican flags are clashing with federal agents. Some say it's about immigration, others say it's about invasion. But beneath it all lies a question few dare to ask. Was California even America's to begin with? In the 1800s, a rising America set its sights on the Pacific. And California, then a part of a struggling Mexican republic, was right in the crosshairs of a young nation, obsessed with expansion. Today, that same land is a powdery keg of identity, nationalism, and regret. So was California really stolen? Or was it earned? Or was it a deal struck at gunpoint and paid for in blood? Let's try and find out.
Hello, I'm Mike Droberg, a Marine Corps veteran and filmmaker, and we will try to answer these questions on today's episode of Forgotten History.
Before California became the economic engine of America and the fifth largest economy in the world, it was sparsely populated, underdeveloped, and still technically part of a fragile Mexican republic. But even then, it had a target on its back. The United States had already doubled in size with the Louisiana Purchase, and now it had a new obsession: manifest destiny, a belief that America had a divine right to control everything from the Atlantic to the Pacific, no matter who stood in the way. In the early 1840s, California was part of a Mexican province called Alta California, but Mexico's grip on the region was weak. Local rule was fragmented, the military underfunded, and the central government in Mexico City was constantly in chaos. Unfortunately for Mexico, its leader at the time was a walking disaster. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna had already lost Texas by mismanaging the Alamo campaign. He had been exiled, returned, exiled again, each time promising glory and leaving Mexico worse than it was before. By the mid-1840s, Santa Anna wasn't just unpredictable. He was seen by many as a sellout, switching sides, seizing power, losing wars, and somehow always slithering back into control. One Mexican general famously called him a man who could lose a nation faster than he could saddle a horse. While Mexico flailed under Santa Anna's chaotic leadership, the U.S. acted. The U.S. annexed Texas in 1845, a region Mexico still considered its own. President James K. Polk, an open expansionist, sent troops to the Rio Grande, daring Mexico to retaliate, and they did. Congress declared war, but not everybody agreed. A young congressman named Abraham Lincoln called it out for what it was: a land grab wrapped in patriotism. While America claimed it was fighting a just war, the truth was far simpler. California was too valuable to ignore. The Mexican-American War wasn't a border dispute. It was a land heist with cannons. As war erupted in 1846, U.S. forces tore through Mexico with surgical precision, better armed, better supplied, and backed by a booming industrial economy. Mexico, meanwhile, was unraveling from the inside. In California, American settlers launched the Bear Flag Revolt, pretending to declare independence before handing the territory to the U.S. within weeks. The Stars and Stripes rose over Sonoma before most Mexicans even knew a war had started. Meanwhile, Santa Anna, somehow back from exile again, rallied his army and marched north, only to lose again. In February of 1847, near the arid passes of northern Mexico, American-Mexican forces collided at the Battle of Buena Vista. Outnumbered nearly 2-1, General Zachary Taylor's U.S. troops dug in against a massive assault led by Santa Anna himself, eager to reclaim glory. For 2 brutal days, musket fire echoed through the mountains as cavalry charges clashed with cannon volleys. But once again, Santa Anna overplayed his hand. Taylor's forces, outgunned but better positioned, held their ground and forced a retreat. It was a humiliating defeat, and for Santa Anna, it marked the beginning of the end. Then came the final blow, Mexico City. U.S. troops stormed the ancient capital in September of 1847, led by General Winfield Scott in a bold campaign that had marched inland from the Gulf, cutting through Mexico's defenses like a knife. The final obstacle, Chapultepec Castle, a fortress perched on a hilltop, guarding the western gates of Mexico City. Defended by a mix of regular troops and teenage military cadets, the Niño Heroes, the castle became a symbol of a last-ditch resistance. But the American assault was relentless. U.S. artillery hammered the walls. Marines and soldiers stormed uphill under musket fire and bayonet charges. By the end of the day, the defenders were dead, captured, or scattered, and the Stars and Stripes flew over the former seat of the Aztec Empire. That moment became legend, and the Marines never forgot it. From the halls of Montezuma, that line in the Marines' hymn, it's about this, the fall of Mexico's capital, the breach of its last stronghold, the conquest of a sovereign nation, the moment America took everything. With U.S. troops occupying their capital, Mexico had no choice. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was signed under duress in 1848. Over 500,000 square miles of territory ceded. California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Utah, all gone. The $15 million in payment was barely a consolation prize. On paper, it was a deal. In reality, it was a gunpoint transaction. Critics at the time called it shameful. Abraham Lincoln refused to endorse the war. And President Polk, he took the land and didn't even run for re-election. And Santa Anna, disgraced and blamed for everything, was exiled again. He did eventually return in 1874, begging to be recognized again, but nobody cared. He died in poverty, partially blind, and politically irrelevant. After the ink dried on the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, California belonged to the United States. It wasn't even civilized by East Coast standards, but gold would change everything. In just 1 year, tens of thousands of settlers flooded west. Towns sprang up overnight. California went from a barren outpost to a boomtown. By 1850, it became the 31st state, fast-tracked for its economic potential. And it worked. Railroads, oil, Hollywood, Silicon Valley. California became the crown jewel of the American empire. But fast forward to now, and the shine is gone. Today, that golden state is rusting at the edges. Around 187,000 people are experiencing homelessness in California, the highest per state count in the nation, and nearly 1/4 of all unhoused Americans. It has a shortage of over 1 million affordable homes, especially acute in LA, San Francisco, and San Diego. It has high taxes, The top state income tax rate is 13.3%, the highest in the nation. And the residents are fleeing. Roughly 1.46 million Californians left the state from 2020 to 2024, the largest out-migration in the country. It's also suffering a tax revenue hemorrhage. Out-migration caused a loss of 1.6 of state income revenue between 2022 and 2023, triple the pre-pandemic amount. It has a business exodus as well. Since 2019, over 200 major companies like Hewlett-Packard, Chevron, and Tesla relocated, citing taxes, regulation, and high costs. And now, the streets of California are once again filled with protests. But this time, it's not over gold or statehood. It's about immigration. Protesters waving Mexican flags, demanding ICE to be disbanded. America is certainly not perfect and has its problems. But here's a thought. If you're waving the flag of Mexico, the country we took this land from, and you think America is evil, racist, and oppressive, there's good news. The Mexican border is just a hop, skip, and jump away. You can walk there right now, because here's the thing, no one is stopping you. In fact, millions of Americans would happily buy you a one-way bus ticket to the other side. If Mexico is better, if Mexico is just, then stay consistent. Don't demand benefits of a nation you claim to hate, while clinging to the identity of the one that had lost it. But let's say the U.S. never took California. What then? Well, the Mexico of 1848 wasn't a stable modern democracy. It was a revolving door of dictators, coups, and foreign invasions, a fragile republic constantly on the brink of collapse. And it didn't get better. In the decades that followed, Mexico would experience a brutal civil war, a French-backed emperor, a revolution that killed over 1 million people, and eventually the rise of narco cartels that turned entire regions into war zones. So if California had stayed under Mexican rule, here's what it likely would have become. A rural, impoverished frontier, neglected by an unstable central government. A corridor for corruption, drug trafficking, and cartel expansion. A battleground between rival generals or cartel-backed warlords. Possibly seized by Britain or France, or sold off entirely during Mexico's countless debt crisis. Or fractured into its own breakaway state like Texas, but with fewer guns and more bribes. Today, over 100,000 people are missing in Mexico, many presumed dead from cartel violence. Journalists are executed. Police chiefs vanish. Entire towns are controlled by drug lords. That's the likely fate of a Mexican California. So yes, it was stolen, but it was also rescued, rebuilt, and transformed into something far greater than it ever would have been under Mexican rule. So was the theft justified by what California became? Or are we just watching a once golden prize slip back into chaos it was rescued from? If you believe stolen land must be returned, who are you giving it to? And will it be better off? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Thank you for watching Forgotten History. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you have any comments or show ideas, we'd love to hear from you. Thanks again.
You know, you used to have one-day election. Now you have it go over it. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company, and he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off, and we are going to absolutely keep it. And they're worried that somebody that like this communist from New York someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York, but the rest of the country is revolting against it.
What's going
Skipping down topic. So that was the history of Mexico. So they lost it fair and square. Get over it. Now we got the black tax. The one B's gonna give us an update on the black tax and how foreigners steal 14 billion in healthcare fraud in California, where black people still unemployed.
Unrecognized. Dr. John Henry Clark, you know, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Ben. We have all of these great scholars, you know, William Leo Hansberry, present day scholars, you know, like Dr. James Smalls, Kaba Kamene, and these people who teach us. And they go so under to unrecognized. And if you're into our scholars, if you're into the knowledge, the Bobby Hemmett, everything that's going on right now, you were on, you knew, you saw it coming. Right now, we're just at the point to where the shit already hit the fan. They were telling you the shit's going to hit the fan. Now it has. What am I talking about? The increased cost of white supremacy. Today, the Department of Justice announced that there's over 324 medical professionals that were caught in a $15 billion Medicare scam. These people scammed America out of $15 billion. And all of them, and ain't none of them got the last name Brown. Ain't none of them got the last name Smith, Williams. Ain't none of them last name Abernathy. You dig what I'm saying? It's all, and we're gonna get it. We're gonna play some of the coverage. It's all names like Jakolev, Karunas, Tiku, Valhans, Zoglev. I don't say them niggas to me. America decided to stop educating black citizens, pull resources. And the way America got away with pulling resources from black America was they import those jobs. When I grew up, all I had was black doctors everywhere when I grew up as a kid. In LA, you can't hardly find none of them now unless their last name is Ufebu or Unjuku. But my doctor growing up, the last name was Robinson, a black man. America decided it doesn't want to educate us. America decided it wanted to kick us out of service industry jobs. So now the city of LA is reeling from these immigration raids, and the service industry here in LA is gone to shit because they're saying there are no people for the jobs. When there are hundreds of thousands of homeless people in the city, none of them qualify for the jobs, but they rather hire somebody illegal versus hire somebody that's homeless and that can do the job. The black tax. Now America is paying for its black tax. Because it's like in LA, they're telling us there's no one for the service industry jobs. But when I go down south, I see black people working those jobs just fine. When I go to the Midwest, I see black people working these same jobs LA is saying they don't have enough people for, when there's plenty of unemployed black people here. So right now, America is paying for its sins, and it's going to get worse for America. So today's show is about the tax that cost America, and the tax of miseducating us, the tax of disenfranchising us, the people that they use to replace us, not all, but too often, fucking criminals, based on this story that we're about to say right now with this Medicare fraud. With that being said, welcome everybody. Hit the like button. Thank you everybody for joining. Manosphere, just because, show enough, everybody up in here, King Ed, Sinister, Unique, Organic Hair, Mr. Shayla. Appreciate everybody for joining. So yeah, we got to get on that bullhorn and we got to talk about this shit. Get your limited edition t-shirts right now at DeWanB.com. You get the same t-shirt, limited edition, 1865. Also, this coming Sunday is the start of my music history summer school. Enroll your children, enroll yourself. But the lessons are going to be catered to the youth, teaching the legends and instruments and the legacy of Black American music, Black American family tree, okay? You can enroll right now at DeWanB.com. You can enroll right now at DeWanB.com/courses. The link is in the description box, all right? That starts this Sunday. Sunday. So, Scotty Jenkins asked, when am I going to do my 6-month read on America? That's going to come before the 4th of July. That's either going to come Wednesday or Thursday. Don't hold me to it. It's either going to be Wednesday or Thursday. We're going to do that reading on the next 6 months for America, Wednesday or Thursday. So look out for that, Scotty. Wednesday or Thursday. Matter of fact, on Patreon, I did a Patreon exclusive reading last Saturday. On Patreon, I've been doing some readings over there on Patreon. Because the YouTube algorithm don't really like my reading shows like that. It kind of messes up the algorithm for my other shows. So that's been much more. So if you want to get a prelim, I read the summer on Patreon this past Saturday. So if you want to get a reading for what the summer is going to look like, that was done this past Saturday on Patreon. All right. All right. So let's get it in. The black tax cost America $15 billion. I'm about to play this video, and where they're talking about it, and then we're going to come back with my response. So everybody go around and say, we the only ones.
My name is Matthew Gagliotti.
We the only ones. All right, let's play some We the Only Ones. Of all you We the Only Ones, niggas, pay attention to this.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Gagliotti, and I'm the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Thank you all for joining us today as we announce the largest coordinated healthcare fraud takedown in the history of the Department of Justice. Today marks a decisive moment in our fight to protect American taxpayers from fraudsters and to defend the integrity of America's healthcare system. We are announcing today charges against 324 defendants for their alleged participation in healthcare fraud schemes involving approximately $14.6 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. In a takedown this large, I can't describe all of the work that went into dismantling each scheme, but there are 4 key points that bear emphasizing. First, let me be clear about what these healthcare fraud schemes mean for every hardworking American family. These criminals didn't just steal someone else's money. They stole from you. Every fraudulent claim, every fake billing, every kickback scheme represents money taken directly from the pockets of American taxpayers who fund these essential programs through their hard work and sacrifice. And when criminals defraud these programs, they're not just committing theft. They're driving up our national deficit and threatening in increasingly sophisticated
Here
and
we
complex
go.
vehicles and properties, returning real money to American taxpayers and to our government healthcare programs.
Here we go.
Second, we are seeing a disturbing trend of transnational criminal organizations engaging in increasingly sophisticated and complex criminal schemes that defraud.
You already said transnational. Yeah, America. Y'all like all this trans shit so much. You got transnational criminals taking our shit. I guess the trans thing done went further than you expected, huh? This is people from around the world. These are not Americans. These are people that America imports because America refuses to educate its own population. America refuses to educate its own population, so America decided to import its brains, and this is what's happening for it. Let's go.
As part of this takedown, we've identified and charged defendants operating from Russia, Eastern Europe, Pakistan, and other foreign countries. These individuals have infiltrated our healthcare system to steal American taxpayer dollars. As just one example, we dismantled a scheme involving a sophisticated operation run from Russia and Eastern Europe that strategically bought dozens of medical supply companies in the United States and submitted more than $10 billion in fraudulent healthcare claims to Medicare. To make matters worse, these perpetrators used the stolen identities of more than 1 million Americans spanning all 50 states to perpetrate this scheme and submit these false claims. But I'm pleased to report that federal agents intercepted and arrested key members of that organization at U.S. airports and the U.S.-Mexico border, cutting off their intended escape routes. The days of transnational criminal organizations using the American healthcare programs as their personal piggy bank are over.
Nah, they ain't over. So let's get into that. So you heard him just say it. Transnational criminals from all across the motherfucking world coming to America to steal shit. This is what I got. The national fraud takedown. You got, this is how far reaching this scam has gone. It's gone through, these are federal case, 189 federal cases in 50 federal districts, 91 state cases across 12 states. See, this is what happens when America is so laser focused on us, on undercutting us, on calling us the criminals. This is what America gets. This is what America gets. There's one operation called Operation Gold Rush out of the Eastern District of New York. That one operation alone is responsible for over $10 billion. Over $10 billion. $14.6 billion nationwide. I'm just waiting to see the motherfucking mug shots. Where are the mug shots? I want to see that. I want to see that. Because it's like you have that going on at the same time. I look at articles like this. Undocumented workers power LA restaurants. Will the industry protect them? No, I have a different question. Will the industry be punished for hiring undocumented workers? Thank you, James, for the cash app. Ebony, thank you also for the Cash App. 50 ball. Appreciate it, Ebony. Yes. That's the question we as American citizens need to be asking. At a time where homelessness nationwide is rampant, gentrification is rampant, it's all over the place. How is it these undocumented people can live in a city that's pricing out Americans? How can they afford to? And I don't want to hear y'all say, well, they put 4 or 5 families in the house. No. That's what they did when they first got here. That's what they did when they first got here. 5 or 6 families. You don't see that shit no more. I'll be on the east side. I'll be where they live. Man, them days of 10 families in one house, man, that shit ain't not in LA. Man, these motherfuckers got Section 8. They got rental assistance. You know how many illegals I used to work with in my last job who the only reason why they're getting services because the county bills the child, not the illegal parent? These people ain't living 10 people to a house no more. That was the 80s. These cats are snatching up apartments that your black ass can't afford. You feel me? The LA Times is literally writing an article defending criminal behavior. Restaurants hiring undocumented illegals. Because if they're legal, what do they have to worry about? Why aren't they going to work if they got their paperwork straight? And to go further, you got things to show you the Democrats aren't shit. They talk all that shit about the Republicans. Republicans this, Republicans that. Republicans that, Republicans this. Well, this Trump bigger bill, big beautiful bill, or whatever you want to call it, you know the Democrats could just filibuster to stop it, right? Because I don't want anybody coming in here talking something. Well, it's Trump, it's the Democrats, it's the Democrats. It was the Republicans. I don't play that shit. Because Republicans are about to pass something that the Democrats say that they don't want. But are the Democrats going to filibuster? And I'm not talking about that bullshit Cory Booker did last month. All you got to do is petition the filibuster, and the whole thing is killed. Y'all remember during the Obama presidency, Obama needed a super majority to pass anything? If Obama didn't get the 60 votes, nothing passed. Well, the Democrats have that same leverage right now against Trump. See this? Today we having a news report. Today's a news report day. We talking the news today. Monday, good day to get through the news. The news. When was the last time you heard this idea on CNN or MSNBC or any of these mainstream news podcasts? If the Democrats were not in lockstep with Donald Trump, why can't you get? It's 49 Democrats elected. Why can't you get one to filibuster this bill and kill it? All you need is one Democrat to filibuster, bill's dead. If you paid attention to politics while Obama was in office, the Republicans filibustered Obama damn near every week. And this isn't to support Obama, nothing like that, or to support the Democrats. I'm just talking to you about what can be done. It's not about Obama. This isn't about your favorite party. This is just highlighting what can be done. And the Republicans, when they had Obama in office, they filibustered everything. So even though today's episode is about the black tax, it's really about the tax on Americans. See, like too many black folks be under the impression that white folks get what they want. They don't get what they want. Well, they do get one thing. That the one thing the government gives them is the guarantee that they're going to have one leg up over us. And they agree to that devil's bargain. But outside of the devil's bargain, this bill is going to fuck up both Republicans and Democrats alike. I don't like it because they go in that Section 8. You know how many Section 8 tenants I got? I want to keep that Section 8 flowing. I don't want nothing disrupting that. But I don't have a voice. And personally, as an American, I don't mind Section 8 paying for people, as long as it's paying for other Americans. I'd rather the money go to Section 8 than some wealthy dickhead kleptocrat. But this is what's going on right now. Also in the news, and we're gonna bring all this up full circle. You have Donald Trump is suing Karen Ass. Yeah, I said Karen Ass because she's acting like one. Spending more time supporting undocumented folks than citizens. Instead of this, how is LA a sanctuary city for illegals, but it can provide no sanctuary for homeless black people? They still are having an issue with homelessness, major issue. Tent city all throughout this city. No sanctuary for vets. No sanctuary for people who are even white folks who are multi-generational Americans. No sanctuary for them, no money. But they're fighting the sanctuary status so much that they're now facing a lawsuit in a city that claims it doesn't have any, it has a shortfall of money. They can now pay for a lawsuit to defend being a sanctuary city for illegals that gives Section 8 housing and government assistance to people who don't belong here, who came to replace American jobs. This is the black tax. Look at all this money they're spending instead of just hiring homeless black people. Or go to down to Section 8 rolls. Y'all know Trump's about to end Section 8 in 2 years. See if there are people on Section 8 who've been unemployed, chronically unemployed. They can't get one of these service industry jobs. These little YNs running the streets. They can't work at McDonald's. The McDonald's fast food jobs was for YNs to begin with. It was for young folks. McDonald's and Burger King wasn't meant for no grown-ass person with 5 kids to support their family. Working fast food jobs is so you can have enough money to buy a new fresh pair of Nikes on your way to Magic Mountain, Six Flags next week. That's what those jobs support. They support a good weekend at Magic Mountain and Road on Wheels, nigga, not a family. But you're having to fight this. Another tax America is paying is America's having to fight this minimum wage battle because minimum wage was generally meant for starter jobs. Now you got people here who came illegally who now want to raise a family off starter jobs. Y'all see this? Y'all see the price America's willing to pay to not fuck with your black ass. A few years ago, you had the Chinese college admission scandal. Y'all remember the Chinese college admission scandal? Y'all remember that? Let me see if I can pull that up. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let me see if I can pull that up. Here it is. Here it is. Right here. You had a whole system where you had college professors at UCLA, Berkeley, and those schools setting up a system cheating. So they would basically, what they would do is they would get the test. They would get the test and take a whole bunch of people take the class, and just say it's 4 versions of the test. They get them 4 versions, send that shit back to China. They cheat their motherfucking ass off. The kids come here knowing what it is. They got professors and deans on the payroll. Do black people do that? As much scrutiny as we're under, and as much scrutiny as HBCUs are under, do you ever hear about systematic cheating scandals with professors involved? No. What about today's show, we just talking about it. We bringing it up. We talking about it. You got the college admission scandal. You now got this. You got here in California. Let's see, did they ever catch them people? Let me see. With 18 million in PPP. You had an Armenian couple a few years ago that got caught up. The people, there was one couple that had stole $18 billion. $18 million. That's 18 billion. $18 million. Got away. They went back to Persia or Armenia. They was from somewhere, either Iran or they're from one of those countries over there, one of those Persian countries. And they got away with $18 million in PPP fraud. You also have the situation that happened down in Florida a couple of years ago with the nurses. Y'all remember that nursing scandal? Y'all remember that nursing scandal in Florida a few years ago? See, right now, I'm not even researching. It's off the top of my head. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. They said, look at this. Operation Nightingale. They said over 7,600 counterfeit credentials were issued approximately between 2016 and 2021. All of this mostly involving non-Americans. So you got 7,600 people in all throughout America now that never earned their degree. This is the cost. This is the tax that America is willing to pay to not fuck with us. Monique said it was Filipino and Nigerian nurses. Yep. So while they're hyper-focused on us, this is what America's willing to pay. I don't care. Fuck them. Let them pay it. This is what they wanted, right? You said biblical burglars. Yeah. America does this to their own detriment. We don't want this. See, black crime is okay. You gonna hustle somebody in your neighborhood or whatever, because you a criminal. Yada 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 yada. We don't go around and create $15 billion fraud schemes. We don't have programs setting up $7,600 fake degrees. We don't have college admissions and testing scandals. These are not crimes you see black folks with the last name Smith involved with. You don't see no black folks named Williams, no black folks named Montgomery, no black folks named Wilson. You ain't gonna see nobody up in that motherfucker. Nobody with the last name Brown or Kendricks. Think about it. This is like this channel. I give an alternative point of view. You bring this up to everybody, and this is something that we need to always bring up to people out there that could be like, we the only ones. We the only ones. That whole "we the only ones" talk is for losers. You're a loser, and you think, and the reason why I call you a loser, because you think black people are losers. And if you're black and you think black people are losers, that means you're a loser according to you, not me. We all project what we feel on the inside about ourselves and about our people. So if your projection about your people is loser, that's probably what's going on in between your two ears. Losing is what you're doing. Get away from me with all that "we the only ones" talk. I'll tell you what, we the only ones not creating $15 billion fraudulent Medicare schemes, right? We the only ones not that get through school on our merit. Elon Musk will talk about meritocracy. We're the only ones that get in on our merit. We're the only ones that graduate on our merit systematically. If you want to talk some "we the only ones" talk, yeah, we're the only ones not creating goddamn fraudulent medical degrees down in Florida. We the only ones not doing that. We the only ones not involved in that shit. It's time to have a high opinion. And this isn't to diss anybody else at all. We collectively have a very low opinion, consciousness about us. That's the only way we can keep getting manipulated. The only way we can keep getting defrauded. The only way we keep getting played is when we don't truly see ourselves correctly. And that's the cost of propaganda. America spends a lot of money on this propaganda. We're still going to be known and seen as the criminals. And also, look at what happened over the weekend. Do y'all remember? Do y'all know that? Let me look at another report. There was a man that started a fire. There was a man that started a fire and then turned around and shot. Turned around and shot the officers responding, the firefighters responding. Look at this. Look at this. What in the hell? Why did it stop? Come on, don't be a bitch now. Don't be a bitch now.
At approximately 1:21 this afternoon, we received.
Come on now. I gotta stop being lazy and call and just get set up a Time Warner or Spectrum. DeJuan, stop being lazy and call this fucking cable company. Well, I ain't lazy. I run 3 fucking businesses. I ain't lazy. I'm tired of man, what the fuck, man?
A phone call that there was a fire on the backside or east side of Canfield
Hold on, man. I don't know what the hell going on.
Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 o'clock, firefighters broadcast that they were being shot at on Canfield Mountain. So we had about 300 law enforcement officers that were on scene that were trying to make heads and tails out of what was occurring. And during this time, we exchanged gunfire with the suspect. We honed in on that cell phone, and we saw that there was a male, appeared to be deceased, with a weapon nearby. So we have currently 1 dead shooter. Keep in mind, we had a fire that was rapidly, it was approaching the body. So we had to scoop up that body. And we believe that is the only shooter that was on that mountain at that time. We do believe that the suspect started the fire, and we do believe that it was an ambush and it was intentional. We did lose a Coeur d'Alene firefighter, and we did lose a firefighter from the Cooney County Fire and Rescue. We have another firefighter that just came out of surgery. He is fighting for his life, but he's in stable condition.
See, there you go. We don't do that. This dude started a fire.
Tonight with what authorities are now calling a deadly ambush. They say firefighters were lured into a deadly trap. 2 firefighters were killed in Idaho, a third
That's enough.
critically wounded. Police say they were lured into that trap by a sniper who intentionally set a wildfire and then waited for first responders to arrive. The sheriff says gunfire erupted just as those firefighters pulled up.
All right, stop. Shit, there we go. So there you have it. There you have it. Do we do that as a people? This dude literally set up an ambush. He starts a fire that could have burned down a bunch of houses, by the way. Waits for the firefighters to come and then kills them. What kind of little dick loser bullshit is that? What kind of bullshit is that? And they're saying that the suspect in the New York Times reporting, basically the suspect was a loser. And they're doing a whole situation where they're really doing a thing of, they're really not talking much about that. You know? They're really doing they're really trying not to talk about this shit. They're really trying not to talk about this shit. So it goes to show you that the media is in on the tape. The media is part of it. No one is asking, okay, why not just hire Americans? Why not just hire black people? Why not? Why do we always vilify that group of people? Why are black people always one coming up short? These are the ones doing all the stuff that can affect all of us. Them niggas only affect each other. Where is the people with the black fatigue talk now? I don't know. I want to know what y'all think. Call in 323-744-7425. I got a notification. I got to change this number by next week. 744-7425. What do you think? Because the way it's going right now, America is going in the direction of bankrupting itself. He said, where's Rocky? Rocky out on the walk right now. My wife took Rocky on a walk to go piss and shit the whole neighborhood up. I tell you what, Rocky's somewhere lifting his leg right now, pissing on the tree or somewhere. That's what Rocky's doing. He's somewhere pissing on something right now. Press number one if you was in here last night when that goddamn skunk ran between my legs. Were y'all here? Press number if you saw last night's live when that skunk ran between my legs. I'm sitting on the steps, chilling, talking to y'all, and I feel some shit like, what the fuck? Man, I looked over, that was a motherfucking skunk. So Ira Gordon said, word is dude that shot the firefighters, his dad has Israel ties. Really? Well, shit, go watch last night live. I'm sitting here talking to y'all. And I jumped up fast as fuck, like, yo, what the fuck was that? And I looked, it was a skunk, and that motherfucker raised his tail at me. I was like, oh, hell nah. Let me back the fuck up. I did, you know how you do with the camera? You focus and you zoom in, you kind of zoom in, like, hold on. Hell nah, I didn't get sprayed. Thank God. Nah, he didn't spray. He did not spray. He did not get me. I'm too quick on my feet, nigga. And I was just telling you on that same live, somebody said to me when they met me, somebody said in the live that I move quick. Yeah, nigga, I move quick to the motherfucker. I'm very agile. Don't walk up on me and think you're gonna see some big ass slow-footed nigga. No. My feet move very fast. Probably if I'm within 150 pounds of you, I'm 99% sure I'm quicker than you. I'm in my 40s now, so if I'm within 100 pounds of you, probably quicker than you. Hell no. Nah. Hell no. Nah. Yeah, hell no, I ain't getting no goddamn tomato juice bath. I ain't about to get sprayed by. I'm moving. I am moving. Let's go. Let's go. But definitely, this is the black tax America pays in order to not fuck with black people. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm gonna address this again. Somebody over on X said, "You saw me on Craig live stream." Look, if y'all see me on that live stream, that's old shit. Please, no disrespect to you, not our family, but that ain't nothing. Yeah, that's some other shit. That's some old shit. I personally would rather leave in the past. So just please understand, if you see me on an old live stream, it's nothing that I'm gonna be like, "Oh, that's dope. Go." I'm never gonna tell you to watch it. Promise you. That's old shit. Pretty sure some new content going on. Watch whatever new content, any old shit that I'm on. Yeah, that's some old shit. That's some old shit, all right? No disrespect to nobody, but that's some other shit. I do not endorse. You know, I ain't gonna do no crazy shit. I ain't gonna, do nothing about it because, hey, at the end of the day, I got my own shit going on. Only thing I am gonna do is tell you guys publicly, I do not endorse. Yeah, see, Vessi, I've addressed that, but this person here is over on Twitter, so come on over to Facebook, not our FBA family. Yeah, if you see me over there, yeah, no. Anything you see me in is not like I was like, hey, no. I do not endorse. Outside of that, whatever. That's right, Monique Wade. What's understood does not have to be explained. Exactly. Yeah, we are, and this thing about it, we are here at the end of Black Music Month. We are here at the end of Black Music Month. And we as a people have given so much to this country, and they still would rather import people who gonna pay $15 billion, who gonna cost $15 billion in Medicare fraud than to educate us. That's the world we in. Look at this. And speaking of Black history, I saw this earlier. I posted this earlier on my page. In 1715 to 1717, you had the Yamasee Indian Wars, where the Yamasee was kicking the British people's ass. Wow. Come on, nigga, let's go. Niggas had bow and arrows out there. Yeah. And then, this is the image from a Dutch artist of how the Yamasee look. They look a lot like the Uncle Ben's box, don't they? These aren't Africans, these are Indians. Well, they was whooping up on the British. They was beating their asses, fucking them up left and right. And then the British cut a deal with the Cherokee Indians. And the Cherokee agreed to attack the Yamasee from the east while the British attacked them from the west. Or it could be vice versa. I'm dyslexic. But one of the motherfuckers came from the east. The other motherfucker came from the west. And it was that devil's bargain that the Cherokee signed up for that got and defeated the Yamasee. And the Cherokee got a lot of stories like that where they helped these white folks conquer different tribes in exchange for firewater, territory, and slaves. So understand that when I talk about music talk, when I'm talking about Black Americans' indigenous roots in America, musically, is because we have indigenous roots in America. When you go look up and see how the French, the Dutch depicted the Poarch, how they depicted the Yamasee, how they depicted the Cherokee, how they depicted the Creek and these different tribes all throughout the 16 and 17 and 1800s with their artists. All the niggas look like Isaac Hayes. They all look like Verdine White. They all look like goddamn Aretha Franklin. And these are people, when they had their societies, they had musical traditions. And their musical traditions are embedded in what we now know as Black American music. So you always have to understand that when somebody like me comes out of nowhere, out of left field saying, hey, our music is Black, it's not African, because it's far more connection to what was going on here in America. And what the Pan-Africans do is the same thing the white supremacists do. And that's just omit what was going on here. Not all do it intentionally. Some do. Most do it just out of pure ignorance, not understanding. But whether they're doing it intentionally or unintentionally, it still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You always have to include what was going on here in America. And when you do that, it makes the whole African thing get smaller and smaller and smaller. And we also got to understand that a lot of your African stuff was written that way. Let me see, where did it go? Where's that book? We got to understand when it comes to the African stuff, in order for a lot of information to make it to the printing press, we had to talk about Africa. It was the only way your small hat publishers are going to print the books. You got to know how to decode these books. Themes in the African American experience, 1600 to the present. This talks about American history all the way through the 1600s. But meanwhile, they're calling them Africans the whole time. Okay, so how can you write on a group of people in 1661, they're Negroes? See, they didn't see, you gotta realize in the 1600s, when a lot of laws being passed, they weren't calling people Africans. We were Negroes, rewritten as Africans. How are you gonna be African in 1664 and still African in 1884? Nigga, at what point are you American? And that's for the ones that came from Africa. The rest of them was already here, as you see right here. Dr. Clyde Winters does a great job breaking all this stuff down. There are channels out there. Like, people always ask me, do I watch Dane Calloway? No, I generally don't watch Dane Calloway. Not because I don't have anything against him. It's just that because his content was never really, I like what he does. And I'll never say anything bad against that brother, because I think Dan Calloway is doing God's work. However people feel about him, I believe he's doing God's work from what I've seen from him. I don't necessarily watch his channel, but I have seen clips, and he's been around for a while. And let me tell you one more thing. Don't none of you asshole-ass, feminine-ass niggas come in my comment section arguing over who you get your information from. I did something a couple weeks ago where I talked about Dr. Clyde Winters. Dr. Winters. Because I love Dr. Clyde Winters. I personally endorse this man right here. I got nothing. He's like man, he feels like just a straight. He's my elder for real. I love Dr. Clyde Winters. But I have some dickhead in my comments. He's got that from Danny Calloway. Shut up. All that matters is you get the information, nigga. Don't be coming to my comments arguing. You heard man, Tariq said that, or Yvette Carnell said that, or I don't like this person. I don't give a fuck who none of you niggas like. So please don't flood my comment section. If I get a bit of information from somebody you don't like, and I credit them as a source because I do credit sources. My own shit, I know I got enough information I get on my own, much as I read. So if I get something from somebody else, I'm gonna credit them because I ain't got no ego like that. But the last thing I want when I credit somebody else is some dickhead ass adult in my comment section. I don't like him. He didn't like this. He said that, and other person said it first. They said it first, and he didn't say it till then. Shut up. God damn, you kind of niggas are weird. I'm saying that straight up. You're a fucking weirdo. People who come around, I don't like that person. They're on YouTube and they said this and that. Bitch ass nigga. That's all I'm gonna see. While you crying and bitching, once I see bitching the first 3 or 4 words, I don't read the rest of what you got to say. And I'll read the name. Oh, this is a grown ass man and they bitching. I'll either ignore it or I'll go right. If I got a little bit of free time and I'm feeling funny, I'll reply and say some funny shit that makes me laugh. But I don't respect you and I'm not gonna read what you have to say. If you bitching about another man, you do not have an audience here. You do not have an audience with me. All right. Man, as we see, this black tax is costing America, and it is costing America dearly. I got some missed calls. I'm having some issues. Well, this phone line, I can get an email. This phone line is going to be shut down by July 8th. So my apologies for the people that called. Yeah, they're not going to fix this. This shit's, this is done. I got to find a new internet provider, and I need to find a new place to set up my phone line because they're like, I got the email like, yeah, your phone line is going to be done July 8th. All right. All right. That's right, Bam Bam. There are no perfect messages. Only perfect message is. That's right. But go to DewanB.com right now /courses and enroll because this coming Sunday is the start of our music history course. Sunday. We're going to start Sunday. I will be sending out email instructions and stuff probably tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow. By Thursday, you'll get some emails on instructions, and those who enroll, you'll get some of your paperwork and things like that we're going to be having. All right? Depending on how I feel, I may come back live with y'all again tonight from my phone, late night, if something pops up in the news. If not, I'll see y'all probably tomorrow, all right? Enroll for the class. In America, look, y'all gonna keep paying out your ass. Y'all don't want to hire us. Y'all don't want to educate us. Then it's about to keep getting more and more and more and more expensive. So get a lot more expensive for you to keep fucking us over. All right? Y'all have a good one. I'm out.
You know, you used to have one-day election. Now you have it go over. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company, and he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off, and we are going to absolutely keep it. And they're worried that somebody that like this communist from New York someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York. But the rest of the country is revolting against it.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, we have to head on over to New Venezuela. Why is that? Because it looks like things are going to get a lot worse in New Venezuela, formerly known as New York City, in case you don't know what I'm talking about, because it looks like they are getting ready to vote in as mayor. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. A socialist by the name of Zohran Mamdani, if I remember his name correctly, right? I remember over the course of the last, you could say 2 years, when I would do numerous live streams and numerous videos on the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. And I would say over and over again, for those of you who do not live in Chicago, right, but you're outside of Chicago in a blue city, you know, don't ever think it can't get worse, because that's what the people of Chicago thought. They thought that when they voted out Lori Lightfoot, that there was no way things could possibly get worse than Lori. And then in comes Emperor Brandon Johnson. And it appears that this looks like this could be the same situation in New York, from Eric Adams to Mamdani, right? Mamdani is a socialist who is really selling pie in the sky. And that's why I really wanted to talk about him today and talk about the mayor race in New York, because I'm starting to notice this trend, right? Or I shouldn't say a trend, but I'm starting to notice that many people in the New York area are speaking up, including Eric Adams, who we're looking at right now, who are exposing the fact that this man is selling pie in the sky, the socialist dream, where in New York, it's going to be free everything, everything you can think of is free. But he's lying. He's promising a bunch of stuff that he knows he can't do. But these DNC lunatics in New York are deciding to put him in anyways, which is unbelievable. I mean, to be honest with you as well, it appears as if Mamdani may actually be even worse than Brandon Johnson just because of how radical he is. So what I want to do first is I want to play this video here of Eric Adams. Eric Adams just really exposed Mamdani for who he is. And I quote, a snake oil salesman. Let's take a listen to what Eric Adams had to say, and then we'll get back into the discussion.
You had one candidate that was running away from his record. You had another candidate with no record, and you have Eric Adams with a record. I delivered for the city, and we're not going backwards. We're not going into a place where we want to defund the police, don't invest in jobs, where we believe we can make broken promises that we can't deliver. I delivered on every promise I gave to
Mr. Mayor, it's not just defund the police. This candidate, Democratic Socialist, he wants to freeze the rent. He wants city-run grocery stores, social workers to replace the police because that's going to help. He wants $60 billion of debt fund for affordable housing. He wants free buses, no cost for childcare, baby baskets for newborn, and a $30 minimum wage. How can someone vote for this?
He's a snake oil salesman.
Mm-hmm.
He will say and do anything to get elected. Think about this for a moment. He wants to raise 1%. He wants to raise tax on 1% of New York's high-income earners. As the mayor, you don't have the authority to do that. You know who has the authority to do that? An assemblyman, which he is. He wants to do free buses. He could have done it at assemblyman. He doesn't understand the power of government and how you must making sure you improve your economy, raise the standard of living. And this is what we've done in the city. And I'm looking forward to being on the campaign trail and showing New Yorkers we can't go backwards. And New Yorkers never surrender or quit. I'm never going to quit for the city that I love.
That is.
So only thing I would slightly disagree with him is when he states that Mamdani doesn't understand. No, he understands. I don't give people the benefit of the doubt like that. Mamdani understands. He's just a liar. He's just a liar, a snake oil salesman, like Eric Adams says, because in the position that he currently holds, these are things that he could organized to put in place now, right? With other assembly members in New York City, New Venezuela. But he's not, and they're not, right? You know, why haven't they at least even attempted or tried to do this yet? It's because on many levels, they're not serious about this pie in the sky stuff that they say that they're going to do. But they say these things to get elected and then still turn the city upside down and trash it, essentially for their own personal benefit at the end of the day. A lot like Brandon Johnson in the People's Republic of Chicago, right? It's just like that. I want to get into this next clip here as well of another individual that's saying the same thing concerning Mamdani, right? This is very consistent. Everybody knows that he's lying and he's selling pie in the sky nonsense, but it also says a lot about those that are willing to vote for him. How do you put somebody in office that you know is lying? Going back to the hypocrisy of the DNC lunatics. Oh my God, Trump is a liar. Trump lies about everything, and Trump. This guy, Trump has gotten in office and he's doing literally everything that he said he was going to do. Everything he said he was going to do. Even the stuff that some of you guys are upset about concerning, you know, Iran and Israel. No, I know everybody in Israel, you know, some of you guys can freak out, you know, but even with him, with Trump bombing Iran, are you really surprised? No, I don't think any of us should have actually been surprised. You can feel how you want to feel about it. And I want to derail the conversation because I know when it comes to that, Lord have mercy. Okay. You know, but my point is that Trump essentially has turned out to be a man of his word and doing the things that he said he was going to do. Even in bombing Iran, you know, once again, you can feel how you want to feel about it, but it's not a surprise given the loyalty that he said that he would have towards Israel. So even when he's going off script, doing something that you don't want him to do or that you disagree with, it's not really a shock. You get what I'm saying? But when you're talking about these so-called progressive, I just categorize them as they are DNC lunatics. They're just outright lying. But the people that support them, they don't care at all. It speaks volumes about these kind of voters, right? It's actually a little concerning. Now let's get into this clip here. It's another clip of another individual just expressing the same thing about Mamdani, that this guy's a liar, and he knows he's a liar. He's not going to do anything that he says he's going to do. Let's get into this clip next.
It's been a long time since this gentleman appeared on this program, but we welcome his return.
Yeah.
Bradley Tusk, he's the CEO of Tusk Ventures. Bradley, you think Mamdani's going to win, don't you?
I do. Look, he won pretty decisively in the primary. About 1 million votes were cast in the Democratic primary. 4 years ago in the general election, just 1.1 million votes were cast. And so it's really hard to see where the extra votes would come from to elect Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo or Curtis Sliwa or anyone else.
What impact? Let's start with Wall Street.
Yeah.
What impact on Wall Street, the investment community, the investment banks, if we got a socialist mayor?
Minimal. So look, literally, I'm a venture capitalist, and the title capitalist is in my job, and I certainly am not a Mamdani supporter. But the mayor's mainly has an impact over the city itself, its operations. Is it clean? Is it safe? Is it well run? And look, if the city is dirty and dangerous, less people want to live here and work here, and there is an impact that way. But the notion of all of a sudden capitalism is leaving New York, or taxes are going to triple, or we're going to have government operated businesses. Like, he doesn't even have the power to do any of that. Those are all great campaign slogans that, look, he's a smart politician. The people voting in a Democratic primary in New York City are exceedingly liberal, and he understood what he needed to say to win those votes. But the vast majority of what he promised, he doesn't have the power to do.
It was only...
You see, what this also tells me as well, and it speaks to what we always say all the time on this channel when you talk about DNC lunatics, particularly the politicians like a Jasmine Crockett or AOC, that they hate Trump more than they love the country, right? And essentially, they'll destroy the country if it means they can destroy Trump. And at the end of the day, this is really what it's all about. This man will destroy New York City if it means that he can just frustrate any and everything that Trump is trying to do to, you know, make America great again, which would also then ripple to making New York great again, right? Or New York City. Because essentially, if you pay attention to Mamdani, and I've been paying attention, I've listened to the things that he's been saying here and there, free this, free everything. One of the things that he's consistent in saying is talking about Trump proofing New York City. He says it over and over again. at Trump-proofing New York City. So everything that he's doing, it's not even about making New York City great. It's not about restoring New York. It's just about different ways of trying to frustrate Trump's plans and ideas, to restore the country, and even to restore, New York State and New York City. Everything is about being a spoiler with these DNC lunatics. That's why I call them who they are, DNC lunatics. You're just trying to be a spoiler. You're just a troll. You're just a clown. You're just a goofy. These people are not serious about politics. And Mamdani clearly isn't serious about politics because he's promising you guys a bunch of stuff in New York that he knows he's not going to do and that he knows he can't do. And he's also a supreme hypocrite. Let me get into what's my man's name. He just said his name, Curtis CY or Sewell. The guy that always wears the red beret, because he highlighted just extreme hypocrisy concerning defunding the police, right? And his own personal security. Let me get into this clip next. Check this out. This is ridiculous.
If we can pull up some of his proposals here. Yeah, freeze the rent, city-run grocery stores, $70 billion worth of debt to fund affordable housing, free buses, no-cost childcare, baby baskets to newborns, $30 minimum wage, a few more not on this list here, defund NYPD, defund prisons, defund medical bills, and get rid of private insurance. Your thoughts?
But in typical political fashion, do as I say, not as I do. He claims he's under threat, right? So who's protecting him now? Off-duty NYPD armed officers. Who does he want protecting New Yorkers? Social workers. Yeah. Hey, Mamdani, do what you suggest everybody do. Why isn't he being protected by social workers? I'm a guy who was shot 5 times by the Gattis and Gambinos in 1992. I travel by myself. I'm in the streets. I'm in the subways. I'm the people's mayor. You have to have a feel. I hate to break the baby boomers bubble because I'm a baby boomer. The millennials are the majority now. Do the analytics. You must get millennials on your side to win elections. I've been working with young people my whole life as leader of the Guardian Angels here and in 13 countries and 130 cities.
Okay, so we'll bring that down. Listen to the rest of what he's saying, but I really just wanted to highlight what he was talking about. Concerning the hypocrisy. Cori Bush, former Congresswoman Cori Bush, she was voted out, in her last election, was the same way. These people say defund the police, but she got her own private security. She had private security, and then let's be honest, she stole money. In my opinion, I assume, right? She took her campaign funds. Those of you who are subscribed to the channel, remember we discussed this on this channel. She said that the private security that she was paying for, excuse me, with her campaign funds, the private security that she was paying for, they were sleeping on the job. Quote, they were sleeping on the job. They weren't protecting her. So then what she did was that she took her campaign money that she was using to pay for private security and started paying her husband to be her private security with her campaign funds. These people are all crooks, okay? These people are all crooks, as well as psychopaths. I should have talked about this in the beginning of the video, but I'll talk about it now. I just want to bring this up just for a second, bringing this up and showing you guys. How many of you guys remember with Mamdani? It was when Tom Homan came to New York a few months back. Mamdani ran into Tom Homan, or I should say he basically pursued Tom Homan, and was protesting against Tom Homan. And Mamdani acted like a complete psychopath. Check this video out right here. Act like a lunatic.
How many more New Yorkers not charged? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan? How many more New Yorkers will the charge not targeted?
Now, like I said earlier, I brought that up just to bring it up, just to show you guys that this is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the lunatic, but like Cori Bush, is really all about enriching himself, right? I sell garbage to you, I get in office, and I get rich. That's what this is all about. It's about enriching yourself and then being a spoiler for Trump. Now, I want to get into some other things too as I round this video out. I just really want to show you how psychotic this guy is, man. I mean, he's just literally saying anything. Look at this here. Let me move this off the screen and look at this. Okay, so this is from Charlie Kirk, right? I'll make this bigger so you could all read this together. This is completely ludicrous. Zohran Mamdani is promising to hike the tax burden of whiter neighborhoods. What? And you can see here, I'll click on this actual here, right here, where it's getting this from. White neighborhoods understand where we are. Okay, this is Zohran from New York. Okay, you see this here, this part that's bold. Shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. This guy is literally just saying anything. He's just saying anything, right? But it doesn't mean that just because he's just saying anything and most of the stuff he's not going to do, it doesn't mean he still can't run the city into the ground like Brandon Johnson did in Chicago. That's not what that means. So yes, he's a liar. Is he going to do the things that he said he's going to do? For the most part, by and large, no, he's not doing any of the stuff that he says. The majority of the stuff that he's talking about, he's not going to do it and he can't do it, right? Probably won't get the support to do it. But it doesn't mean he can't destroy the city still. Doesn't mean that he can't destroy the city still. Let's listen to this in closing. Look at this video here from Mamdani in closing. Check this out.
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and there happens to be a housing unit in that same dwelling. So violence is an artificial construction. And we have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence. That is violence at the highest degree. We have
Violence is an artificial construction. He's one of those math is racist people. You know, people are like, you know, math, you know, 1 + 1 = 2. That's racist, apparently. Standardized testing is racist. You know, getting a formal education is racist. You know, and then now violence is a social construct. Apparently, there's no such thing as violence. What he's telling you is that he's planning on, you know, releasing violent offenders throughout the streets of New York, as if New York isn't violent enough already. Right? This guy wants to defund the police while having his own private personal police to protect him, but social workers to protect you while releasing violent criminals from the prisons because violence is a social construct or artificial construct, whatever nonsense he just said. Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, the people of New York got to do better. But when the inmates run the asylum, I don't know how you can. New York, just like New York City, just like Chicago. Well, actually, New York State, you know, overall, just like Illinois, not just Chicago, and California, not just Los Angeles. They've seen a population decrease. I believe all 3 states, especially particularly the cities, Los Angeles and whatnot, they see the population decrease for 10 years straight, a decade straight. Of population decrease year after year after year after year. Chicago for sure, California for sure, and I believe New York as well. If not 10 years straight, at least 8 years straight. What that means is all of the reasonable people have left. And the only ones left in the city are the crazies. And the people that should care the most don't seem to care, right? Because they're not participating. So here you go. A complete lunatic getting ready to run the city of New York. And the only real chance of stopping him, let's just be honest. My man with the red beret, you know, he from my understanding, he gets a decent amount of votes, but he's not going to win, right? It would really be between Cuomo and Eric Adams, you know, to beat this guy. I mean, I guess my man with the red beret, you know, Curtis, we'll just say his name is Curtis, could win too. But my point is this, because I'm just kind of dragging it right now. It would take for those 3 to unite against Mamdani to win. Because those 3 cancel each other out. Like I said, Curtis, my man with the red beret, he, from what I've seen a little bit, he gets decent amount of votes, you know, from the conservatives that are there in New York. Cuomo, if I'm not mistaken, he said he's going to run as an independent now too. You have Adams who's going to run as an independent. They're both taking votes away from each other. It would take 2 out of the 3 to drop out. And the 2 that drop out say we're endorsing the one who didn't. So now all of our supporters go support this guy. You know, that's what it would take to beat Mamdani. And from what I've seen, that's just not going to happen. Curtis, my man with the red beret, he doesn't rock with Eric Adams at all. And to be honest with you, Eric Adams and Cuomo, they don't like each other at all. Cuomo doesn't seem to have any plans anytime soon to endorse Eric Adams, vice versa. But that's literally what it would take. For the sake of New York, it would take those three, 2 out of the 3, to get behind the one that doesn't get out and endorse him in order to have their supporters get that one over the hump to beat Mamdani. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, man. And that's very unfortunate because this guy is a lunatic and a future crook. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegram in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. And until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Good morning and happy Sunday. Thank you so much for spending part of your weekend with us, taking a live look outside over Empower Field right now. Metallica set to take the stage later on today. Thank you again for being here. I'm Lauren Scafidi. Before we get to weather with senior meteorologist Chris Bianchi, we do have a quick update on that wildfire burning out of Garfield County. The Hilltop fire is now contained. Evacuations have been lifted. Investigators say the fire is human-caused, starting on Thursday near Rulison. The fire scorched more than 300 acres, destroying 1 home and 1 RV. The Garfield County Sheriff's Office says they expect this to be completely wrapped up by tonight. Now let's get to senior meteorologist Chris Bianchi. Chris, we're starting out today pretty nicely, so that means if you got to walk the dog, water the plants, have a dance party outside, whatever it is you're trying to do, you'll be good this morning.
Who doesn't love an 8:01 a.m. dance party on a Sunday morning? I'm game, to be honest about that. I'm fine with that. But you're right. This morning's the time for that. This afternoon, not so much. Right now, we're around 70 degrees. It's fairly mild as we get going on this Sunday morning, June the 29th for us here across the I-25 corridor, across Colorado. And we're also waking up to clear conditions, showers and storms way off to our east and off to our north. However, later today, we will have those storms moving on in between now and 2 p.m. So the next 6 hours or so will be fine. No major weather concerns, but then those showers and storms will develop with the potential for severe weather, mainly north and east of Denver. But there will be the potential for 1 or 2 stronger storms for us in town, and also a bit of an overnight threat for some storms. Could that disrupt the Metallica concert? Could that disrupt Red Rocks, Jazz in the Park? A lot of activities tonight. We'll get into that full forecast and time it out for you in a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Every second matters during a serious medical emergency like cardiac arrest. To speed up response times, Weld County is launching an app that connects people who know CPR in case someone nearby needs help. 9 News reporter Colton Chavez shows us how it all works.
After you call 911, it takes us 5 to 6 minutes in order to arrive on scene.
Brian Eisen with the Greeley Fire Department knows what each passing minute means for someone dealing with cardiac arrest.
About 90% of people who suffer an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest don't survive.
Brian says that's why he helped bring the Pulse app to Weld County.
It's designed for, off-duty first responders, but also just members of the public.
Anyone that's CPR certified. Brian says the app is designed to notify users that someone nearby is experiencing cardiac arrest.
As soon as we can get someone on that chest, pushing down, doing those compressions, if you're trained to do so, giving breaths, we're just reversing that statistic as much as we can.
Users are separated into 3 groups. People who are only CPR certified will be alerted for emergencies happening in public places such as parks. Brian says they won't be given people's private information or their locations.
That also means people's homes. We're not just going to be having information, private medical information going out about people's, homes.
He says those calls will be held for both registered responders.
We look at things like the American Red Cross volunteers
and professional first responders like off-duty firefighters.
So they're not just letting anyone sign up for it.
Brian says he believes in the idea of strength in numbers.
We've launched monthly CPR classes for the public so they can come learn CPR, practice, with professional responders.
He knows what more help can do when it comes to saving lives in Weld County.
They download this app. If they get the notification, they're ready to respond and provide high quality CPR when it's needed.
That was Colton Chavez reporting. The app supporters say that because of how spread out Weld County is, a tool like this can make a huge difference. We have more information on that app on our website, 9news.com. New this morning, Adams County Fire released these photos showing a 6-car accident on Highway 36 just before midnight last night. 3 people were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. One of the vehicles involved was a taco truck. This happened on eastbound Highway 36 just off of Pecos Street near Sherrillwood. The lane was closed, but it has since reopened. South Adams Fire says they think this fire was caused by fireworks. It happened near a patch of grass near 108th in Havana yesterday evening. There were reports that people were lighting fireworks in the area, and crews later found the remains of those fireworks after they went off. Denver police say they need help tracking down a man who robbed a bank earlier this week. Police say the robbery happened on Wednesday, just after noon on East First Avenue. They say a man passed a note to the teller demanding money. Surveillance footage captured this picture of the suspect. If you recognize him, you're asked to call Metro Denver Crime Stoppers. Denver police have arrested someone for a deadly crash on I-25. It happened Thursday night in the southbound lanes near Park Avenue West. Police say the crash involved a car and a motorcycle, and that responders took 2 people to the hospital. According to DPD, the passenger on the motorcycle died, and they arrested the driver of that motorcycle on suspicion of vehicular homicide. A controversial detention center is set to start operations as early as this week. It's being called Alligator Alcatraz. The facility is built in the middle of the Florida Everglades. It's a mostly abandoned airstrip. The Department of Homeland Security will hold thousands of people there set to be deported. Supporters argue the location is cost effective and it's really hard to escape. The swampland around there is filled with alligators, pythons, and venomous snakes. Environmental advocates are suing to stop that site from opening. They argue that keeping thousands of people here will cause a negative impact on the environment. The Senate has passed President Trump's big, beautiful bill with a late night vote. This vote means that the bill could move forward to debate, and then a final vote in that chamber could be as soon as Monday. After that, it goes back to the House. Republican lawmakers are on a tight timeline. President Trump has demanded to sign the bill by July 4th. The multi-trillion-dollar plan would lower taxes, give more money to the Pentagon and border security, and downsize government entitlement programs. The future of the home of the Broncos remains murky, but we do have a better idea about one option that's on the table. For the first time, Lone Tree's mayor has publicly acknowledged the team's interest in building a stadium there. Sources have confirmed to 9 News that Lone Tree and Broncos officials have held several meetings over the past year. No decision has been made on whether the Broncos will even go forward with a new stadium, much less where it would go. All options are still under consideration. That includes staying right where they're at Empower Field. The team has also been talking with Denver Water for more than a year about a site at the Burnham Yards area, which is around 12th and Osage. The Denver mayor's office says it's been involved in discussions about keeping the Broncos in Denver and that it doesn't know of any final decisions. The Broncos' lease at Mile High goes until 2031.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. I'm going to get into this again. As you know, I've been covering, I have several videos on the channel about the Carmelo Anthony situation. Of course, he stabbed Austin Metcalf, and the young man contends and maintains his innocence by saying, as we already know, that they put hands on him, they touched him, they bullied him. We know that on that day that it was a rainy day, and that was one of the reasons why he was under the tent. There's also rumors that one of the coaches on that side even gave him permission to sit underneath that tent. One, they should have never put hands on him. I contend to that. Never put hands on someone that you don't know. Why didn't they go and get a authority such as a security person or a teacher or a coach or someone if it was that serious? Now, the unfortunate part is that, yes, a young man was stabbed in Austin Metcalf. But remember, everyone has been demonizing Carmelo Anthony and his family because they've been raising money for his defense. At one point in time, everybody, they were lying and playing these games and saying that Carmelo Anthony and his family were using GoFundMe money to live lavishly with cars and houses and what have you and vacations, and all of that stuff has been squashed and has come out to be a damn lie. Okay, right now it was just reported this week that Carmelo Anthony is going to be, in my mind, he's going to be, not in my mind, but in the facts of Texas, he's going to be tried as an adult. In Texas, this is a commonplace thing where they will try you as an adult in these situations. So that's going to be a pretty stiff situation because if he is found guilty, he's going to jail. He's going to go to jail or prison for a very long time. I contend personally that the young man was defending himself when you had two white boys that were much bigger than him putting hands on him, or at least the brother. Now, there's some people that say, yeah, they put hands on him, pushed him around. There's some that are saying, nah, but this is all opinion based, okay? Now, what I've been noticing on the YouTube street lately is that people have been making rumors and putting out there that the video of Carmelo Anthony stabbing Austin Metcalf looks real bad, as if they've seen the whole damn video. People have taken snippet information and they've blown it into as if it's a fact. First of all, nobody has seen a full, clear vocal view of the video. You know why? Because most reporters that have been allowed to see with their own eyes what took place that day, they're even saying that it's blurry and you can't even really see whether Carmelo Anthony was the aggressor or even if Austin Metcalf and his brother were the aggressor. I would like people to stop putting out there that there's video out there that shows that it's happening. You had Media Daily or one of these English rags where one of the reporters claimed that he was able to see the video and that he could clearly see that it was a very violent situation that could break open the case in terms of Carmelo Anthony stabbing Austin Metcalf. Not true. I'm going to show you a footage right now of a reporter who was allowed into Frisco, Texas police to look at the video. And he even says that they're not showing you the whole footage. They're only showing you just a little bit. And most of it is blurred where you can't really make out who's who. You know something's going on because why? There's commotion and you have people in the bleachers running to the left, running to the right. People are trying to get away from the scene when this took place. But on the video, according to this reporter who had witness account of the video, because the police are only showing just a little snippet of what happened. And he said that in that video, you can't even tell who did what. You can't see that Carmelo Anthony was the aggressor or not, or Austin Metcalf. So we need to stop rushing to the judgment of assuming that this video that has not been clearly shown to people in a complete, clear manner to be able to make such judgment. We have people on YouTube who are already using the accounts of reporters who are claiming that it was horrific when they didn't see all of the footage.
Our public information request with Frisco ISD was met on Monday. We could only watch the before and after of an April 2nd alleged stabbing at a school track meet that led to the death of one student and the arrest of another. The district didn't give it to us, but allowed us to watch it. The video is available for limited viewing only, citing student privacy and school security. There is no audio. Try to picture this. We're on the 4th floor. We walk into a room and there's a TV with a shot showing half of Kirkendall Stadium. It's a wide shot from the opposite side. And everything that happens in one very small fraction of the screen in the upper left-hand corner. We couldn't zoom in. It's blurry, pixelated. You cannot identify or see victim Austin Metcalf or suspect Carmelo Anthony.
It is hard to tell how many people are under that memorial tent. It's also hard to tell what they're doing. But we do know that about 9:55, there's a lot of commotion, a lot of activity that happens at the top side of that memorial tent all the way down to the bottom. At this point, it is hard to tell, and it does not show on camera the alleged stabbing. We do know that there are a lot of people that run away from that scene soon after.
We notice a number of what appear to be students running across the bleachers from many directions away from the tent. More people on the field start to notice and also run toward the back gate and exit.
Okay, at about 9 minutes after the alleged stabbing, we see EMS drive right through to the backside of this stadium, and they park midfield.
Next, we notice paramedics wheeling out a gurney, but have to walk all the way back to the gate and to the bleachers. There's a lot of activity at the bottom of those bleachers and what appears to be the triage of Austin Metcalf. 15 minutes after the incident, we see people put the tarp over the bleachers, which our helicopter cameras captured.
All right, so looking at the timing, there's 26 minutes between the time of the alleged stabbing and the time EMS leaves Kirkendall Stadium with Austin Metcalf. At the same time, what appear to be officers, they are at the crime scene right next to that tent.
All of this video will one day be shown in court. A grand jury may see it too in the coming weeks. The attorney for Carmelo Anthony confirms he's seen it, but neither family has disclosed whether they've seen it.
In Texas, Frisco, Texas, are not showing you a clear hit view of it. So what people are doing is they're taking their biases and they're taking their interpretation to assume that, yes, it was horrific. Yes. Now, anybody being stabbed is horrific. Let me just correct that right now. It's a horrific act. But as of right now, it hasn't been proven yet that Carmelo Anthony's self-defense position is not true until this footage is presented in court and put out there. Okay. So I just want to say that to everybody out there. Thank you for supporting this channel. Another thing I want to say is Dominique Alexander. He's been the family spokesperson. This guy is a so-called activist, and I've done videos on this guy, or at least one on my other channel, Truth Media Vlogs. Check that out because I'm going to be doing some new things over there that you're going to like. Truth Media Vlogs. Now, Dominique Alexander has a history of criminal activity, abuse towards girlfriend. There may be some domestic abuse towards a child, allegedly. I've looked at his police record, a little bit of it. I've seen his police. He has several mugshots. I believe that Dominique Alexander is the wrong person to represent this family, but that's just my opinion. Let me go ahead and let you hear what he's had to say since Carmelo Anthony has been given they're going to try him criminally for his deeds. The grand jury came back and they're going to try him criminally for this situation. They're going to try him. Now, one would think that, hey, if the grand jury is going to try to indict Carmelo Anthony, that would mean that the video footage of the incident was horrific and it showed him, Carmelo Anthony, as the aggressor. We'll have to wait and see. I have an open mind to whatever the situation is, but I do contend and stand on these 10 toes, which is you don't put your hands on people over some damn bleachers at a track meet when you don't know who people are, you don't know what's in their mind and what they are prepared to do to you if they feel that you are infringing on their space and putting hands on them. Now, let me read what Dominique Alexander, the spokesperson for the family, had to say here since Carmelo Anthony is being charged now heavily for the murder, and murder is a legal term, of Austin Metcalf. And the young man, I'm going to say it again, I've been repeating this, he still maintains his innocence in terms of the fact that he was defending himself. Let me read this to you. Dominique Alexander said this: to the racists, the blogs, and those filled with hate who are targeting Carmelo Anthony's family, and even myself, you do not intimidate us. We will not back down. And this case is yet another example of what it means to be black in America, where even our self-defense is questioned, scrutinized, politicized. My involvement, like many others, came as a direct response. This is what he's saying, Dominique Alexander, as a direct response to the overwhelming hate, threats, and outside influences that have surrounded this case since day one. This is what he had to say. It's pretty obvious that Dominique, I said this before, I think he wants to reinvent himself and rebuild his career off of this case with Carmelo Anthony. He's going with the issue of racism, what black men go through in this society. Now, a lot of that is valid in terms of the way black men, black young men like Carmelo Anthony, teenagers, how they are looked at by the eyes of the law. A lot of times we are looked at as criminals, and that when we defend ourselves, we're automatically to be seen as criminals. When the white boys and the white men defend themselves, they're seen as heroes and standing up for themselves. Now, that's been the general history going way back to even now of these situations. We're going to see what's going to happen here, everybody. Another thing that I want to let everybody know is that I'm hoping that when this goes to trial, that they put this on TV, they put the cameras in there so that we can see what's really going on. I do find it a disrespect and a double standard when Carmelo Anthony was trying to raise money, or his family was trying to raise money, that his family was treated very poorly. Now, this white woman, Shallow Hendricks, although she didn't take anybody's life, I find it a hell of a double standard that she is able to raise money for her family under the guise that she felt that her family was threatened because of what she said to a black child in a park with the N-word. And nobody had problems with that because she was a white woman. That's the double standard right there. But when it comes to Carmelo Anthony, his family can't get money or raise money for his defense. Kyle Rittenhouse was able to raise money for his defense. And he actually took the lives of two people, injured one, in a state that he had no right carrying a weapon because he was underage in the state that he was in. I think it's Minneapolis, Minnesota. At his age, he wasn't supposed to have that type of weapon. He wasn't at the right age, or he wasn't supposed to have that, and he wasn't supposed to have that type of weapon. But he still was able to be victorious in his case. And he went into a hostile environment where there was protests and a lot of things that were going on. Carmelo Anthony was at a track meet being told to remove himself from a space, and then they put hands on him, according to Carmelo Anthony. Another thing, Carmelo Anthony is in a stand your own ground state. So Carmelo Anthony had the right to defend himself if he felt that his life was in danger, and he had the right to stay there and stand his own ground. He didn't have to flee because under the laws in Texas, you have the right to stand your ground. You have the right to stand. Now, when the police showed up, he didn't run away. He answered questions. But I said this in my previous video. The police officer who first came on the scene that was talking to him, he already violated his rights under the Miranda rights because he didn't recognize that he was dealing with a teenager, or he didn't care that he was dealing with a teenager, and he should have told him right away, you have the right to remain silent. Any words you say can be used against you under the court of law. You have a right to an attorney and counsel and what have you. He was dealing with a minor. And most times when you deal with minors, you must also inform the parents as well. So with that said, everybody, this is the Information Man Show. Y'all have a great day. Take care of yourself. Let me know what you think about him being indicted so far and going to be tried under adult laws in Texas. Okay. What do you think about people saying that the video looks bad? Have you yourself seen the video? Because the reporter that I just played for you said that he couldn't see anything. And so if you've got legitimate reporters that have looked at the footage and could not make anything out, then we cannot rush to judgment at this moment and say that, well, the video looks bad. Carmelo Anthony is in a lot of trouble, when the only people who are really going to see this video to make the proper interpretation of the video would be the jury and the people inside the courtroom when this case gets going. Let me know what you think. Hit the bell notification, subscribe to the channel, make comments about what you think about this as it pertains specifically to this video that people already on the YouTube streets and social media are acting as if they've seen it themselves, or acting as if the people that have reported on these news rags have seen full footage when they haven't. See, people are trying to sell papers. People are trying to sell sensationalism.
Tell the truth.
You let me know what you think about that. Y'all take care. Peace.
Tell the truth.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. The white media is reporting on a political earthquake that took place in the city of New York last week. A guy named Zohran Mamdani has become the ultimate dark horse candidate for the mayor of New York City because nobody saw this guy coming, and his approval happened to be around 0% for a candidate who was running for the office. Now, the way that the white media is reporting on this guy, apparently you would think that he was some sort of political disruptor. But you'll have to listen to the very end of this morning's briefing to get my opinion about this guy. Let's go ahead and start with the obvious. The quote-unquote young upset winner of the Democratic primary in New York last week beat a slew of the most well-known and well-funded establishment Democrat whores in the city, which just goes to show how talentless and directionless all of those bought and paid for political prostitutes in that city are. And so many of them were being funded by mega millionaires and even billionaires like Mike Bloomberg. I think it's safe to say that he's political poison. If he says red, you better say black. Now, the big loser in all of this is Andrew Cuomo. He comes from New York political royalty, the Cuomo family, and he's the former governor of the state. He was so desperate for a second act, but instead looks like this is going to be his final curtain. Now, he wasn't blown out. He lost by 10 percentage points, but he lost to a complete and thorough nobody who no one had heard of before last week. This guy Zohran was massively outspent by the likes of Cuomo, which proves that while money is crucial to winning elections, we now live in an era where we're seeing the limits of what money can do. Yes, it's still cancerous, it needs to be checked, but at least in some cases, money can wind up becoming a liability if you're too out of step with voters. Having too much money on hand will encourage you to take positions that you simply can't come back from. Money can still buy elections, but in this political climate, the dollar don't go as far as it used to. Now, of course, when it comes to the white media trying to make it sound as if the Democrat establishment just can't believe what it's seeing and such, let's be honest here. While he wasn't their first choice, the reality is he's still on the inside of the tent peeing out, and that's the part that's the most important to him. They would prefer somebody else, but if they have to, they will put up with this new guy if they have to. Because when a nobody comes out of nowhere and beats an entire slew of bought and paid for political operatives, that lets you know how out of step you are with the voters. He overcame all of them. And this guy went from what the white media said was 0% polling support in the beginning to now being the Democratic nominee for mayor of America's greatest city. The way that the white media is reporting on this guy, depending on how you look at things, you might think that maybe this guy is supposed to be the Democrats' answer to Donald Trump's right-wing populism, the leftist populist candidate. Mamdani is a self-proclaimed socialist. That's radical enough in and of itself. It's certainly out of the ordinary. So the Democratic primary voters rejected the likes of Andrew Cuomo for an out-and-out socialist. And that tells you everything you need to know about the mood of the voters, not just in New York, but nationwide. And while I'm not going to be singing this guy's praises, we'll get to that in a minute, the reality happens to be the Democrats have become every bit as corporatist as the Republicans. They take the same positions because they take money from the same donors. All of those white media headlines talking about how the Democratic Party was being taken over by the radical fringe. Well, when something like this occurs, now the white media is starting to pipe down on some of it. They're starting to shut their mouths a little bit on that. They can't be quite so bold and strident because they thought that they could conjure magic as usual. They'll go ahead and print some headlines and the voters will follow it because they usually do. But in this case, Mamdani was able to basically buck the trend, and he did it because of the fact that the voters are sick and tired of what they've been getting. The white media can post as many headlines as it wants, but that doesn't change the fact that people are still out of money, out of hope, and out of patience. So, how could this happen in America's largest city? It shows how drastically people want the plutocrats overthrown. No, he's not everything that the white media would like to try to make him cracked up to be. But what this says about the mood of the voters is everything. The same way that voters were willing to let Donald Trump back into the White House to give the middle finger to the powers that be. Now you got people in New York who are saying, let's go ahead and send a real potent message to the capitalists by putting an out-and-out socialist in charge of the place where Wall Street is. Both political parties have completely sold out to the same corporate and elitist forces who have raped the national economy for generations. And the white media has spent its time trying to demonize or ridicule or otherwise marginalize anyone who isn't firmly in the middle of this corrupt duopoly masquerading as a democracy. Everyone sees the problems, but what they don't see is anyone in either party who's willing to admit that the rich have stolen the country right out from under the people, and now it must be taken back. Or there needs to be a revolution. When you have billionaires in your country, what that means is there's been serious policy failures. You don't get billionaires unless you got the politicians, the policymakers who have decided that they're going to rewrite the laws for a select few. Everything from copyright law to energy policy has all been written by the wealthy to make sure that they would create a closed loop, a self-perpetuating cycle where they redistribute the wealth from the working class to the upper class. That's what they've been using their money to do. Frédéric Bastiat, a French political theorist, famously wrote, "When plunder becomes a way of life, over time men create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it." You know, that pretty much sums up white supremacy in a nutshell. There's a saying that's popular, at least among white conservatives. Socialism works right up until the moment you run out of other people's money. Well, New York City just got through giving the working class rebuttal to that one. Capitalism works right up until the moment you run out of employees to exploit and customers to rip off. Because the reality is that under a capitalist structure, you will only have a democracy right up until the moment the rich realize they can buy it. Soon as they do, they'll immediately start buying the politicians, and through them, they will have policy that allows them to take everything else and use the power of the state to just hand it over to them. Why do you think it is that whenever one of these big companies comes to your town, the politicians at the local, county, and state level immediately give these guys huge tax breaks, the kind of benefits that are never given to ordinary mom and pop businesses? That's the reason why most businesses go out of business in the first 5 years. They're undercapitalized. How much farther would they be able to get if the state decided that everybody gets to have a holiday? No, they only do that for the big boys. And then what happens is their very own employees are made to pay taxes, and all of these smaller businesses, their would-be competitors, they have to pay taxes, while the mega millionaires and the billionaires are tax exempt. That's a closed loop. That is a racket. And that is so-called American democracy under capitalism. Okay, now, no summary of the Democratic mayoral primary race would be complete without discussing the city's favorite cop, Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD. Seems Officer Adams has been on paid leave, or rather suspended, because he's been laying low for a while. These days, he's still running for office, but now it's as an independent. And look at how quickly this clown Adams has fallen. He went from being the golden boy of the white establishment in New York to now being nothing more than their whipping boy. The rich and powerful in New York political circles would much prefer a Republican to an avowed socialist, Giuliani was a Republican, by the way. But if the polls make it clear that Mamdani has the overwhelming advantage, then those same white dark money donors will hold their noses and support a socialist before they support a black candidate. All right, that's the information that most of you know and that you've already heard from the white media. Now let's discuss something that nobody else is. Mamdani is an immigrant, obviously. But did you know that he was born and raised in Africa? His parents are two Indians from Uganda. Yes, this guy, his parents are Ugandan, more or less. At least they're citizens of the place. And his parents moved to South Africa after that, and that's where he grew up as a young child, which means that like Charlize Theron and Elon Musk, this Mamdani character would qualify as quote-unquote African-American. I put that in quotes in case you didn't hear me. Mamdani himself has said that his parents are East African. That's how he describes them. And of course, he made sure to take pictures with black folks, which is more than Ocasio-Cortez managed to do. Now, if his parents are Indians who are living in Uganda, that means that these people were collaborators with the British, who still maintain a significant political and economic presence in that country to the present day. I was pretty much the first person to actually challenge the white media's narratives about both Idi Amin and Robert Mugabe. Both of them were men who started off working for the British colonizers before eventually turning on them. But Idi Amin is also known for expelling a large number of Indians who had lived in Uganda because they were collaborators with the British. They carried out their own economic colonization of Uganda through the banking system. So when Mamdani says his Indian parents were Ugandans, that means they're basically colonizers. Now, he may not phrase it that way, but that's what they were. And that's the reason why his parents had absolutely no problem picking up tent and moving to apartheid South Africa. They were there during apartheid. They moved to that place during apartheid. Now, why do you think they would do that? His parents apparently must have felt that Uganda was a little bit too difficult for them to take over, so they went to a place where white power was still firmly in control. And like in Uganda, you also have a lot of Indians who white supremacy led in to act as a buffer between the white occupation regime and the South African people. And while I'm not going to say that 100% of the Indian population in South Africa are still on board with Team White Supremacy, the reality is the vast majority of them are. This is Mamdani's background. This is what the white media isn't telling you about him. While the white media is trying to simultaneously walk the tightrope of saying that this guy is bad for the establishment Democrats and, oh, this is more of that fringe stuff that the Democrats don't need, while at the same time they cannot ignore the actual tide that this guy represents because of his support, not because of him, but because of the fact that his candidacy shows exactly where the minds of the voters in New York City are, and that it's probably a bellwether for the remainder of Democrats across the country. But I don't want you to be fooled about this guy and think to yourself that your heart should go pitter-pat for him. As Dr. Noam Chomsky said, the most sophisticated form of propaganda is when something presents itself as opposition, when in reality, it's actually support. A man who the white media tries to present as political disruptor and somebody who's really shaking up the system, but in reality, especially when push comes to shove, he knows what side his bread's buttered on. After all, I remember another so-called socialist the white media made so much hay about, a man who they claimed was a political disruptor and had captured the minds of the youth. And then when we asked this socialist disruptor about reparations, he said, "That's not feasible." Truth be told, the white media was a lot more hostile to Bernie Sanders than they've been to this Mamdani character. My point, family, is that we've been here before. White power's greatest trick to keep people oppressed long-term is not just purely physical and economic violence. Yes, those things are key and crucial, and white power certainly couldn't exist without it. But the most important tool the enemy uses is to put mental chains on the oppressed, and they do that through propaganda. And the biggest bit of propaganda the enemy always uses is to tell the oppressed that there's mechanisms within the system of oppression that you can use to stop your oppressor. Once people buy into that fiction, they will waste years and eventually their entire lives mindlessly trying to see if they can get the system to do what it's supposed to do. White power has always relied on the use of false choices as a way to manipulate and con the oppressed into sitting on their hands and hoping that the puppets white power puts on the ballot will actually fight the very system that put them on the ballot. This is why Neely Fuller said white power believes in taking both sides of the conversation. This is what he was talking about. You go along with Barack Obama or Bernie Sanders or this Mamdani character, and you think that these guys are actually challenging the system when in reality, they're just one of the system's puppets. Donald Trump is about the closest we've seen to a true disruptor, and nobody's happy with him. Is there any black person out there truly stupid enough to think that he's pro-black? At least with the orange man, though, you have no illusions about what you're getting. That's what people hate about Trump. He confronts them with the reality of the situation that they're truly in, and that the ballot has failed. In order to bring about actual change, you're going to have to force the system to do things it wasn't designed to do. And don't expect any of these puppets from the Democratic Party to teach you how to do that, and don't expect any of them to cheer you on while you're doing it either. Look, I have not been impressed by any of Mamdani's, truth be told, lukewarm criticism of Officer Eric Adams and the NYPD's co-workers. The thugs in blue in New York City need to be punished. And the weakness of the lip service that he's paid to that idea has only been exceeded by the fact that he's stopped talking about any sort of police criticism in the months leading up to the election. So yeah, as far as he's concerned, he says what he's got to say to get support when he needs it, and then it's going to be time to pivot for the general election, and that's going to be his true position on the issues. We've seen that one before too. Look, regardless of this guy's background, would it be interesting if he actually turned out to be some dyed-in-the-wool socialist who actually was going to shake things up if he genuinely was that kind of candidate? Well, it would be interesting if that happened. But what I'm saying is white supremacy is global. In the same way that Barack Obama's folks may have come from overseas, yet they got to the US and went along with the same old status quo, in order for me to have any sort of confidence in Mamdani, he's going to have to bring a lot more than some dubious white media headlines and some sanitized radical rhetoric. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Ronald Waits, Sakina Collins, Craig Simmons, Minnie FBA, and Mark Stroud. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Subscribe, darling radio, like and subscribe.
Okay, hey.
There you go.
I finally caught you. I got a 3-day weekend. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
No, so my new saying is it's above me now. I took it from that one man, but I'm gonna let the ancestors handle it.
Nope.
If we start putting that energy out in the thing, because you know they've been booked and busy on our behalf.
Yep.
And so, but yes, it's real interesting out here.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, dear. Yeah, it's an interesting vibe out here. People, boy, they hate the fact that we have delineated, and they are just so desperate to drag us in the mix. Oh, they're so desperate to drag us in the mix. Out here in LA, they had some black immigrants out here doing a rally, and there's some FBA brothers. I think they came and kind of shut them down a little bit, but they were out here in LA off, I think over there by Lamert Park, talking about, yeah, this immigration, it is the black problem. 1 out of 5 black people in LA are immigrants. And they just went on, there wouldn't be such and such a Jamaican restaurant without immigrants. And then this woman was like, yeah, I come from an immigrant background. Nipsey Hussle wouldn't be no marathon if it wasn't for Nipsey Hussle daddy. I'm like, oh, Lord. Boy, they were really trying to get us on the immigration is a black issue thing and all the black immigrants. And Nipsey Hussle's mama's FBA, by the way. My brother, his mother's FBA. But they were trying, they were just this desperate plea to try to get us to get on board with this. And then we're just tired. We're tired. That's why there's a lot of that animosity towards us, because now they can't galvanize us under the big old minority coalition no more. because we done that. We've already rolled out the red carpet for all these different groups, and it ain't worked out for us. That's why we're just not jumping up with the cape on. We've already done enough for all these other groups, and they've shown disdain, and they thought they were good with white people. They thought that they were the model minorities. They thought that they were going to shine on us, and then white people turned on them, and now they're looking back at us like, hey, no, we're all the same, nigga. No. Why can't we be together? No. We are disaggregating, all right? On our terms. We're delineating on our terms. They don't like that. See, they delineate from us all the time, but it's always on their terms. The non-FBAs and the dominant society, they help them do it. Y'all notice, man, a lot of stats that they put out, they selectively disaggregate. Have y'all noticed that? And then they'll selectively lump us all together. Notice when it's something positive, the dominant society, they will disaggregate the numbers. When it's something negative, they lump us all together. For example, positive data will disaggregate in order to highlight immigrant success stories. When they start talking about high educational attainment or high income among Black people, the data, they'll separate African and Caribbean immigrants from foundational Black Americans. That's why the tether's always coming here. Hey, look, nigga, we are doing better. According to the FBI stats, we got a higher income for our household, nigga. They come in with that bullshit. So they can try to create a narrative that they're just outperforming us. And we always point out, hey, no, your income, your household income is higher because there's 40 of you niggas living in the house. Why would you say that, nigga? Yeah, because it's the truth. You see? See, negative stats, they don't distinguish lineage when it's negative. When they start talking about HIV, they just say Black HIV rates. They lump us all together. You see? When they start talking about incarceration and crime, they just lump us all together as Black. When you talk about STDs and all that, they lump us all together as Black. When it comes to abortion, they lump us all together as Black. Yeah? So yeah, they disaggregate when it's convenient and then lump us in when it's something negative. And we stop them from doing that. We stop them from doing that. Because now when a certain crime happens, we say, hey, wait a minute, look at that dude's last name. That's not one of us. That dude's a foreigner. Why are we so divisive? No, because if you win something like that dude the other day, I talked about this the other day, this athlete, and he won some game and then did a press conference and pulled out a damn Haitian flag and wrapped himself around a Haitian flag, making sure that you delineate it. Okay, that's fine. You're going to delineate them crime numbers too. You're going to delineate them abortion numbers too. You're going to delineate them STD numbers too. Keep delineating. Y'all were the ones who started delineating first. All right? And we're going to keep that same energy. That's what we're doing. We're going to keep that same energy. You see? Let me get some more calls in here. Raise those hands. Raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise those hands. Let's get Don Juan in the building. Don Juan in the building. And shout out to everybody in here. Brother Don Juan, where you at? All right, Don Juan, you're not saying nothing? All right. Since Don Juan ain't saying nothing, we'll get G Rich in the building. G Rich in the building.
Good evening, Brother Tariq. How you doing this evening?
I'm good, Brother G Rich. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, man. It's been a while. I'll try and be brief. I know you got a lot of callers, but we've met before when you came down to my hometown of the Big Easy, and I did the FBA summit in Atlanta, and enjoyed myself. And it was always good talking with you and meeting you. And I actually met your mom. So it was a very nice woman.
Thank you so much.
Yes, brother. I will try and be brief. I have some questions. Just two brief questions I want to ask you. Do you think you mentioned earlier something about the Democratic Party, and what they've been doing? I'm just curious, what happens with right now with Diddy, because his trial is wrapping up? Judge Joe Brown mentioned this on his program, that he suspected some of those videos that Diddy might have had with Freakoff might have had politicians in compromising positions because Homeland Security was involved. And I'm wondering, do you think that that might have anything to do with what he's going through? And my final question I want to ask you, I remember you mentioned this before. Are you still planning to do a documentary on Dr. Cosby and what he went through? If so, I would be interested, because I'm actually wrote a book on the Cosby situation. So that's what I want to ask. And I'll stop and listen.
Thank you so much. As far as Mr. Cosby, I've talked to Dr. Cosby about it. And it's an idea that we've thrown around. I haven't had anything planned. If I do it, I would want him involved, but he's laying low. He's really, as he should. He's just chilling, laying low. But I've discussed that with him. And shout out to Dr. Cosby. I call him Dr. Cosby. I have the utmost respect for him. He's still a legend, despite all of those bogus accusations against him. And as far as Diddy, Diddy probably on some of the videos, they probably found some blackmail stuff that he was holding on to. And that's why they put them bogus charges on him, in order to basically kill his legacy. I think, from what I'm looking at, it looks like he might get off. Look like they can't convict him based on the evidence. Because when we see everything that went down, it doesn't seem like coerced trafficking. Everybody was consensual. Cassie was up here begging to be freaked off. So yeah, it's hard to sit up here and say that you force somebody to do this, force somebody to do that. These are grown adults who were seemingly enjoying all of that dick they were getting, to be honest. So yeah, it looked like, and I hope he gets off. Because I don't want to see anybody get racially targeted. I don't want to see that. So it's very interesting to see how it's going to play out. Let's get Iman. Get Iman in the building. Iman.
Hey, Tariq. A quick question.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the elections in New York? And why do you think most Black people voted for Cuomo?
I think most Black people voted for Cuomo?
Yeah, that's what the stats say.
And probably, if that's correct, they just, I call it lazy voting. They're already Democrats, so we'll just keep voting Democrat. So you got some lazy voters out there, but Cuomo didn't win, though. So that's the thing. The other guy won. So enough of those Black.
You have any thoughts on him?
Still looking into the guy. I'm still getting more information about the guy. See what's going on. Well, how do you feel about him? What do you think he's going to do policy-wise out there?
I don't know. I mean, he's saying a lot of big things, but we'll see.
No, are you in New York, man?
No, I'm in DC.
So,
but that's all I had to read.
All right. Why you got an Australian accent? Okay, yeah, this dude had an Australian accent. He might not even be in DC. His ass might be in damn Sydney somewhere. So yeah, you got to watch these folks. All right. Let me see who we got. Let's get Rodney Magwood Jr. Rodney Jr. What's going on, Rodney?
Hey, how you doing, brother Tariq?
I'm good, Rodney. How are you, sir?
I'm all right, man. I'm over here in Savannah, Georgia, man, and
love
yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a unique city, you know. It's Black run for the most, FBA run for the most part. We don't really have the tethering too much. The Africans haven't invaded the city for the most part.
Yeah.
But my TikTok is crazy, And I didn't really realize how much hatred you get, man. These folks are really hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, bro, and the thing about it is they feel like they're losing something, they missing something, and it's not what they think it is. It's just let us have our reparations, all right, and we just want our word. We want to speak for ourselves. We don't want Heathers coming in and saying what they feel like they want to say.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have no stake in this. But if for some reason they feel like they have a stake in it, and I just don't understand where they get that. Because the countries they come from is in such shambles. Why so much energy here? And I'm done. That's all I want to say.
Very good point. Yeah, and TikTok, it's a bunch of anti-black or anti-Tariq TikTokers. Boy, there's a gazillion TikTok videos about me. Boy, these people, they elevate me into big power positions in their minds. I'm so rent-free in these people's minds. They're really mad because I give people common sense talking points. I just give it straight up and down, man. And plus, I'm a big advocate for my lineage and my ancestors. I have to be. We have to be. Nobody else is going to do it. We have to uplift our people. We have to uplift our lineage. We have to uplift our ancestors. And they feel like I'm waking folks up because they rely on foundational Black Americans to be asleep, to sit up here having a fantasy and a dream about this big old Pan-African coalition that's one-sided. We're the only ones sitting up here upholding that, and they exploit that. Pan-Africanism is them basically coming over here, eating off us. That's all it is. It's one-sided. And they got a problem with that. You understand? They're not dumb. They're just upset because now they can't come in and co-opt nothing no more. They can't come in and undermine. That's the only reason they're mad. Why else would people be mad at us talking about our lineage? Let's be clear, family. Ain't nobody dumb. These people are not dumb. They're not confused. They're not naive. They know good and well we ain't no group. They know we ain't no cult. That's FBI Fed talk. That's propaganda talk. They know it's a lineage and a powerful lineage, and they've been ruining the day that we wake up and start looking at how powerful our lineage is. We've woken up and we're seeing that our lineage is powerful, and us embracing our lineage and standing on that lineage, that was the deal breaker for them. That's why they've been doing these psyops on us, telling us we're lost, displaced Africans. We are Katas. We don't know where we came from. We ain't got no culture. When people do that, they're trying to run a Jedi mind trick on you. You understand? They're trying to run that's like a dude's trying, women, let me talk to the women. You know how a dude who tries to break you down and manipulate you so he can control you and say, you ain't that cute. Ain't no other don't want you. Girl, you getting fat. They try to tell you all this stuff to try to bring you down psychologically. You understand? Knowing that you are catch and knowing that if somebody else sees value in you, then it's over for him. You see? They've been doing the same thing with us. They understand the value we have, but they've been running a game and a Jedi mind trick on us so that we don't see the value in ourselves. We see it now. And I want to make sure we see it. You understand? We see it fully. And we've rejected the term African American, so they can't leech off that. African American, horrible term. We should never, ever, ever use that term again. That's what they're really mad at. See, we're not using terms that they can leech off of. So when we start talking about foundational Black American, that's an exclusionary term, which is fine. When you say Jamaican, that's exclusionary. I'm not Jamaican. Respect to the Jamaicans, but I'm not Jamaican. I ain't got a problem being excluded from that. When you say Haitian, that's exclusionary. I'm not Haitian. Don't have a problem with it. You have the Puerto Rican Day Parade, that's exclusionary. It's for Puerto Ricans. Don't have a problem with it. But when we say we're foundational Black Americans, You're divisive. The CIA got you niggas want to hurt me. You're stopping global unity. What? Why does our lineage stop all of this global unity? Why don't you just go unify? Why are we stopping your unification? What you're saying is we're stopping the damn gravy train. We're stopping you from coming over here eating off African American lineage, which is vague. See, we ain't using them terms where you can come in and you can be the Westmore of the game. You come in, hey, I'm African American, and guess what? I'm shutting down reparations. We don't need it. Yeah, it's a new game, man. That's what it is. We ain't using African American no more. Number one, that term was not grassroots or organic. That term was introduced by Jesse Jackson through the Democrat strategists. In 1988, there was no nationwide discussion among Black Americans. That rollout was from the top. That came from the damn top down. It was pushed through the white media and government agencies as a replacement for Black. You understand? Come on now. What they did, they ran a Jedi mind trick with us, because you know what they did with African American? They rebranded foundational Black Americans as goddamn immigrants when they did that. They effectively rebranded us as immigrants, equal to an Italian American or an Irish American or a Mexican American. That was a horrible thing. It was a Jedi mind trick they ran on us with that. That's why we reject that term full-fledged, because it erases our distinct lineage. Foundational Black Americans, we are descendants of freedmen. We've been here from before the beginning of this country. We've been here. We're the only group that has the longest continuous bloodline on this land. You understand? There's been Black people on this land from day one. And when you do that African American thing, that lumps Black immigrants in from Africa and the Caribbean, people who came over voluntarily, people who immigrated to something better. And that comes in and that kind of dilutes our historic trauma and contributions as foundational Black Americans, and it creates policy confusion. And we're saying no. And that opens the door for these non-FBA immigrants to claim benefits meant for foundational Black Americans by using African American broadly, like institutions, colleges, foundations, media. They start awarding scholarships, grants, diversity positions to Black immigrants and their children. That's why in a lot of these Ivy League schools, African American, quote unquote, the student population is dominated by Ghanaians, Nigerians, Jamaicans, all of these other people. We do a Juneteenth program. All of a sudden, everybody has the runners-ups and the winners have African last names or Latin last names. So yeah, they want us to be on some old sleep-ass African American vibe because everybody can leech off of it. That's a leech term. Yeah? They can use that to co-opt all of the movements we get popping. Civil rights, hip hop, all of these protest movements, they start to get co-opted by these non-FBAs. We get shit popping in the streets like my good brother, rest in peace, Darren Seals, my good FBA brother, who the alphabet folks took my brother out. He was the real seed for the Black Lives Matter movement. Our brother Darren Seals out there in St. Louis, real solid ass dude. That was my nigga, man. That was such a solid brother. He was the real person kicking that off out there with the whole Mike Brown thing. And they started marginalizing him, and they started sending them alphabet boys out there to target a lot of the real grassroots activists. And then they started sending tethers out there in front of the media. They started sending these weirdos out here that didn't nobody know. And then they start changing the energy of the message. We're like, hey, justice for Mike Brown, hands up, don't shoot, Black Lives Matter, trans lives matter, immigrant lives matter. What? Whoa, what's all this shit? Then it just went all the way left. And then all of a sudden they start pushing these weird people saying, hey, these are the leaders of Black Lives Matter. Leaders? What you mean leaders? What's that? Watch when people come in and talk about somebody's a leader. See, Black Lives Matter, that was just a phrase. there was really no organization that was centralized called Black Lives Matter. It was some Democrat shills that they put out there in the media and said, hey, these are the leaders. So whatever these people say, and those women were tethers, and they were on some LGBT stuff. So their job was the media was going to elevate them based off the grassroots momentum that foundational Black Americans were kicking in. They went and got these tethers, put them in the media and said, they're the leader of all of this. So all of these people in the streets putting in work, they're doing it for these women's agendas. And the agenda is immigration and LGBT rights. See how all of these people are stumping for that? That's why we're like, no. Anybody runs up here trying to be spokespersons, we're checking paperwork now. We're checking paperwork right now. Because we ain't having that bullshit no more. We ain't doing that no more. Yeah? So the thing is, them using the term African American, that wrongly frames foundational Black Americans as foreigners. When you use the term African American, that implies an African origin over American indigenousness. Yeah, that ignores that we built the U.S. economy. We built the infrastructure. We cleared the brush. We cleared the wilderness. We are no goddamn immigrants at all. We should not even be compared to immigrants at all. That's just a fact. We didn't come to something better. We had to get it out the damn mud. We didn't luck up. We had to get it. Everything we had to get it out the damn mud as foundational Black Americans. We had to create it. You understand? That's a very unique ethnogenesis shaped on this soil. That's unique. And we're embracing that. We're not going to let our ancestors be disrespected by people coming over, claim jumping the sacrifices they made. They made those sacrifices for their foundational Black American offspring. They did that for us. They didn't do that shit for no goddamn Myron Gaines and people like him to come over here and disrespect them. We don't allow that to happen, family. See, that's what we messed up. We sat up in for the longest, let these damn tethers disrespect our damn ancestors after all the shit our ancestors did. That's why I'm hell on them niggas. The Myron Gaines, I'm hell on them. I don't play with them at all. Anybody who disrespects our lineage, I got a zero tolerance for that ass. They always run, oh, your technique is divisive because I cut your ass down verbally. I'll light your ass up. I'll be divisive because you ain't gonna disrespect my people, my family, who made a way for you to bring your ass over here and you gonna fix your mouth to disrespect? Hell no. My ancestors would have issues with me if I don't stand up knowing the truth. You understand? You defend your ancestors, man. You defend your people. You defend your lineage.
I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some more work on me tonight. I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some more work.
If it's your first time checking out the show, let me know what city, what state you're coming in from. If you're outside of the U.S., let me know what country you're representing. throw up your flag. Family, I need you to smash up the likes, smash up the likes, smash up the likes. Also, if you have not done so already, after you subscribe, there's a little bell next to your subscribe button. Go ahead and click that thing right now so you can get your notifications each time I drop a new video like this. That way you'll be in the loop. I let a few hundred of y'all come in, then I'm going in. But in the meantime, in the between time, I'm going to give some shouts out to the early birds, starting with King James, Shani Denise, what's up? What's up? What's up? Lisa, Tay, African Pride. Who's that? DJ, what's up? Eating good. What's up, Ben? Tony O, Jaden, Cleveland, Tina Marie. Got a cousin named Tina Marie. Going in, fam, going in. This is going to be an informative episode here. It's going to be informative. You're going to learn something right here. You're going to learn something. So, this podcaster by the name of Myron, he's actually it's pretty big. He hosts this podcast called Fresh and Fit. Myron is the guy's name, right? So Myron is, the type of dude that calls women out. That's really what the show is about. Just talking about women's shortcomings and how they need to do better, right? Letting women know, hey, if you want a good man, this is what you got to do. That type of thing, right? Now, this brother pulls up on Myron. I don't know where they are. I don't know what city they're in. Let me see if I can move this over a little bit. Maybe I can find out what police vehicle that is. Now, I can't tell. I can't tell where they are. But let's see. Hold on. Maybe I can get them right here. It's hard to tell. In any event, the guy confronts Marlon while he's doing a live broadcast, right? He's out on the street, doing a podcast, doing his podcast. Guy confronts him. Hey, let him know I don't like what you're talking about black women, the way you disrespect black women. You wouldn't dare do that to me because I'm the type of N-word that'll throw this drink in your face. I'll walk up there and throw the drink in your face. Marlon tells him that would not be a good idea. Against his better judgment, he calls Marlon's bluff, approaches him, and then this big guy come out of nowhere, a guy about twice as big as him, comes out of nowhere and pushes the guy. Tells the guy, get on with that, Now, all that's cool, because, okay, the man is out here trying to do his job, and here you come confronting him, and then you got pushed. You wasn't really ready, and you allowed yourself to get really clowned, right? Now, here's the deal. Let's break it down. Let's unpack this thing. So, one, I do not believe dude was wrong in confronting Marlon, because Marlon really goes out of his way to talk down on black women specifically. He goes out of his way to do that. So it's kind of refreshing to see somebody who is willing to check him, who is willing to take that chance. But that wasn't the guy, right? Because he wasn't even ready. He wasn't prepared. First of all, you never, ever, ever announce your intentions when you are planning to attack somebody. The dude advertise, yo, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, ooh, I do this. Nah, you don't announce it, you just do it. See, that's the problem with a lot of internet cats. You know, they love to talk about what they're gonna do. And the only reason why they talk about what they're gonna do is because they're hoping like hell that the internet keeps them at a safe distance. Keep them at a safe distance from that clapback. And every now and then somebody pull up on them and give them the blues. But oftentimes they're able to stay at a safe distance and run that mouth. Now this dude, he wrote a check that his ass couldn't cash. He goes up there, totally ill-prepared, threatening a guy, and he gets himself embarrassed. Stop, number one, announcing your intentions when in regards to conflict. Stop telling people what you're gonna do. In fact, you shouldn't really if you know you're gonna engage in conflict, if you know that that conflict is imminent, you really shouldn't let a person know your temperament. You really shouldn't let them know how badly you wanna break them in half, how badly you wanna down them. You really don't want them to know that. For one, you can get yourself ambushed like that and they can get you before you get them. But two, you don't want to give the popos no evidence because they're gonna play it in court. If you end up on the short end or the long end, you're giving the prosecution or the defense evidence to use against you. So that's just not wise. All that threatening and stuff, that ain't wise. That's just not a smart thing to do. Moving on. So, even though, one might say, morally or whatever, the dude was correct in checking him about disrespecting the women and stuff like that. Legally, he was in the wrong to come up there and get into Marlon's space. And so Marlon was right in his, in checking him and in responding, in a way that, in the way that he did. Except the part where he said, you see, this dude, and I'm paraphrasing, he said something about dude was playing into the negative stereotypes. He fit the negative stereotype, coming in, he loud, and all that kind of stuff, right? Well, don't everybody fit into the negative stereotype? Like, don't every single person who commits a foul act or does something egregious, don't they fit into a negative stereotype? Like every single person, so every group is overrepresented when it comes to doing something that fits into a stereotype. So that type of comment is not necessary because it's kind of makes it seem like, oh, that they go again, it's the 15%. When we know we got to get off that number anyway. I don't know where the hell that number keeps coming from. What, 12%? I don't know where that number keeps coming from because I'm sure that Black people represent at least 20% of this country. So I don't know where that number keeps coming from. Well, I know where it comes from, But anyway, fam, yeah, I didn't think that was cool. There we go with a negative stereotype. You fit into the stereotype. You can turn that internet on just like I saw him on the internet. You can log on to the internet and you're gonna see every single race being overrepresented with negative stereotypes. So it ain't even necessary to even say something like that. Moving on. He also said, in case you were wondering, the guy is 5'6". Okay, he's 5'6". What does 5'6" have to do with anything? Let me tell you a little story about size. I wrote the song Size Ain't Shit for Bushwick Bill. So I know something about size. When I was growing up, you know, I routinely knocked out dudes who was 200 pounds plus. And my entire teenage years, I probably didn't weigh more than 160 pounds. I routinely knocked them out. I'm talking about easy, knocked them out easily. It wasn't even no struggle. So that don't mean nothing. That size thing don't mean nothing. Most dudes would be, most big dudes can't fight no way because they never had to really fight. They get by on intimidation. So most of them don't even know how to, they don't know, most of these big dudes, they don't know a left hook from a fish hook. Also, when I visited Death Row years ago, Huntsville Death Row in Texas. When I visited Death Row, there were most of the guys who were on death row were under 5'10". Most of them. Do you hear what I'm saying? Most of those guys that were on death row were under 5'10". And death row keep a nice fat list of death row inmates. So that don't mean nothing. See, that we are right now, we are walking on a lot of dudes right now, a lot of big dudes we walking on them right now because they thought that their size equated to victory. They thought just because they was big, they was gonna win the fight. And next thing you know, ding, ding, fries and shake, or they got stuck, or somebody popped them up. The one thing about them bullies ain't scared of no size. Them bullies ain't scared. Them bullies and knives and them sticks and even hands. They're not afraid of size. They don't have a brain. They're not afraid. Especially when you start talking about them bullies. Now it might take a brain to stick somebody, to poke somebody, or swing on somebody or something like that. But them bullets, man, when them bullets come out that chamber, man, them bullets going in whatever direction you point. And they ain't scared. Bullet ain't gonna get to you and say, hold on, man, he big. Choo, go around. Choo, and then just drop. No, the bullet is going to pierce their skin just as it would if you were shooting a deer. Those bullets are going to penetrate their skin. It's going to puncture that skin and puncture those arteries and organs. And in some cases, you are going to die. There have been little kids who have squeezed the trigger, sometimes inadvertently, but there have been little kids who have squeezed triggers and killed people. I'm talking about kids as young as 5 and 6 years old. So size don't mean nothing. If you are counting on size to intimidate people and push people around and win the fights and arguments, and you're gonna mess around and find yourself lying on the ground somewhere struggling for oxygen. Because everybody ain't scared. Everybody don't look at their size and get intimidated. Some people look at their size just like they do racist. Some people look at their size and say, not today, you got the right one. Oh, I know he thinking he gotta win because he a big boy. Oh, I see what he think. Oh, okay. And some people get extra offended by somebody thinking that they're an easy lick just because they're smaller. So now they really motivated to take you down. I saw a video of this little white dude, little old bitty white dude was sitting in a car. It looked like they were at a beach. Y'all may have seen this. It's a viral video. Little white dude sitting in the car, and this big white dude, big old cornbread fed white boy come in and try to snatch him out the car. He tried to swing on him while he was sitting in the car. Buddy opened that door and grabbed that thing. Bam, 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 bam. Laid him down. When he tried to run, when he saw Buddy get that, when he first Buddy was trying to reach for the gun and he started trying to wrestle it away from him, but Buddy got to him and he pointed that thing, bam. He turned, tried to run, dude kept clapping. Bam, bam, and just like that. See, he was counting on that size. He thought his size was going to automatically grant him victory. Y'all better stop thinking that. That's old. That's been old. To me, that was old a long time ago. I saw people, young, little bitty dudes killing people early. I saw little dudes killing early. So I know. And I saw little dudes whooping big dudes early. So I know that size and that muscles and all that stuff, that don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing to a real hitter. A hitter will get you anyway. That don't mean nothing. The only thing standing between a hitter and you is opportunity. That's it. That's my time, fam. Y'all enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. I'll be back with another live today. Until then, no more talk.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna end the show. Thank y'all for tapping in. Catch y'all tomorrow for Black Experience Enhanced. So, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. So, including signing up for the mile high income and illegal migrant for the city. Peace.